going to get started. Okay, we now have quorum. We are going to jump in. No one.
No one. We were doing hot dogs, always gonna be the quorum.
I guess I won. What do I get? Absolutely nothing.
We will call on you when you raise your placard.
You get a turn to speak. Come on down. All right, folks, before we get started, Ms. Keys Gamara has submitted a written request to virtually attend today's work session for personal reasons. All those in favor of approving this request? Thank you. All those opposing? Looks like it's unanimous with the folks in the room. Ms. Keys Gamara, hop on in. Let's go ahead and test your mic just to make sure you can be heard. We will do that at another time. Hopefully, you've all had a chance to see the email that Mr. Frisch and I sent yesterday in preparation for today. These goal reports were reviewed first to the board. Well, were fully presented to the board on November 14th. And so we will not review the entire presentation, but offer a brief 10-minute presentation of some of the data, a recap, thank you, that's a much better term. A 10-minute recap of the information that was shared and highlighting maybe some of the data that's deep in the full reports, because we do want to save the bulk of our time for board discussion and questions. We are going to talk about goal 1 from 11 to 1, then lunch, and then goal 2 from 1:30 to 3:30. However, because there is so much overlap between these two goals, if you have a question that encompasses the second goal, please feel free to include that at your turns whenever it is that is. Staff is aware that we are going to be jumping back and forth between the two as needed, so do not hold yourselves back. So without any further ado, I will turn it over to Dr. Ms. Klemenko to get us started. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone, and thanks for this opportunity to follow up from the general session on the 14th of November with this work session. As Dr. Anderson stated, my presentation there's no visuals to it. They asked me just to kind of recap some things in some words, and I promise it'll be less than 10 minutes, so there'll be lots of time for your conversation. Before I do that recap, I just want to acknowledge we have several directors from instructional services, from the Department of School Improvement, and also from OPLFE here that will be available for questions as well. So let's just dig into a little bit of a recap and some reminders, and we're kind of in a unique position as we do this Goal 1 report this year. This is the final year with this strategic plan, and I don't remember a time in the past several years when the school board has spent so much time this past fall on what I'll call academic matters, right? You all have spent a considerable amount of time looking at ESSER data and also the data related to the special ed audit. So I think you're well situated to have rich conversation today, and so I will keep my remarks fairly brief and leave time for that. Some reminders and significant takeaways. I think it's important to remember that this Goal 1 report is based on data from school year 21-22. So it is really about the progress that we made last school year as we returned to in-person learning and the actions that were taken during that time. And though we have not made the growth that we desired based on the strategic plan metrics, we have made significant progress coming out of the pandemic. We have seen our language arts and our English language proficiency data really approaching where we were pre-pandemic, and we've made up 50% of the gap in mathematics. So those are all things to celebrate. And while we celebrate those, we also know that we still have significant gaps with many of our student groups, namely our English learners, our special education students, and as well as our economically disadvantaged students. So we know there's much work to be done, but we believe with our continued work on changing our approach to language arts, really becoming more specific in our mathematics at elementary, and also the work to really build the capacity of all teachers to address the needs of our English learners will continue to make that progress. We have seen in this report, you'll see much progress in the area of advanced academics, whether it's the growth of local level 4 and young scholars programs at schools, whether it is the number of some of the student groups have increased in their participation in level 4. There has been growth in all students having access to level 4 curriculum, and as well as students participating in AP, dual enrollment, and IB coursework. So all of the investments that this board has made have really paid off in starting to move those numbers, though we will need to continue with our advocacy, with academic advising, to really continue to make progress. We've also made progress in our early childhood goal, which is really centered around executive functioning. You'll see some approach there, and we'll continue to use our class assessment to gauge student interactions and provide instructional coaching to teachers and make programmatic improvements. And finally, after all these years, we're finally in a position where all students, we're moving towards all students having the opportunity to really reflect on their growth for Portrait of a Graduate, and having that kind of come to life, not only through assessment, but for our students in that student-led assessment through the Portrait of a Graduate presentation of learning. So these are all kind of just the bigger highlights that we saw in the report. As you all have been having these lengthy conversations over the past few months and working with Dr. Anderson and Mr. Frisch, I know that there's a desire to understand better, out of all the actions that we do in central office, what is the thing that's making the difference, right? I know that that is a burning desire, or at least I hear it in many of your questions. I think the struggle is that we don't just do one thing, right? When we tackled coming out of the pandemic especially, we knew we needed to tackle the learning loss on several fronts, right? Some of those were big sweeping changes, like changing our approach to literacy. Other things were improvements to pacing guides to make up for the learning loss, or to ensure that students were getting all of the SOLs after coming out of the year of distance learning. So it's very hard for us to tease that out. It's not something that this report really tends to do. This report really talks at the more macro level at what what the student outcomes are. So we'll do our best to answer questions for that, but I just kind of wanted to say it's pretty difficult for us to draw a one-to-one really correlation to this activity and this student outcome. Again, some of the things are wholesale approach changes, some of those things are iterations, some of the things are new additions like personalized learning. So it is hard to know which one thing made the difference. But what is good is that we have been making progress, and we are doing things that meet all the differing learning needs of our students. So that, it wasn't even 10 minutes. I'm going to stop there because I know there are questions. And as Dr. Anderson said, questions about Goal 1, questions about Goal 2, but we have a considerable amount of time for discussion.
Thank you so much, Ms. Klemenko. Just as a review, Ms. Cornell, if we could still have the PowerPoint available, just in case board members would like to refer to it during their comments, that would be very helpful. So thank you. We see some placards are up. We will start with Ms. Cohen. Well, placard, singular.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start with Goal 1 because I'm positive I will run out of time. I just wanted to ask a few questions just to drill down on a couple of things. One, the graduation rates that we've referenced. A few things. One, how many of those are applied studies diplomas? And then I guess it would be interesting to learn how many were standard and advanced, like, in there. And what percentage of students with disabilities are getting advanced diplomas? I think, one question too with the on-time graduation rate is transition IEPs. I guess this speaks more to Dr. Boyd's area of expertise, but how are we ensuring fidelity that all of our kids are leaving school with transition IEPs that they can take with the kinds of, I will say caveat being, with the kinds of things that schools can actually help implement. So making sure those transitions are really geared toward post-secondary. And then, I think trying to match achievement scores, which I know is not a perfect match to graduation rates. But what do our kids who are graduating, what does their academic record look like? Like, we talk about percentage of students that participated in honors and that we met or exceeded that. But I'm curious about what percentage of those kids are students with disabilities. I also, and I know this has been a big focus for you guys too, is the Algebra 1 by 8th grade. I know that's a big benchmark. And so going forward, I know it says no progress reported during this year for that one, but if we could, maybe not yet, but this year you definitely have a better sense of how many kids are enrolled, at least in Algebra 1 in 8th grade. So I think that might be helpful for the board to get some information. And then the last thing I'll say, and I'll be quiet so that you can actually answer. Our one takeaway that, I don't know if Abrar had it at her table as well, but this morning in meeting with the faith leaders, is we're still having trouble with volunteers getting into our schools. So the takeaway from some of these faith community leaders was that it's just so variable by the principal. If you can get a principal to buy in, to have your volunteers come in and help with math literacy, or even like teacher relief or whatever, so that then a teacher can be focused, doing some focused enrichment. So I know that's not in your goal report, but in terms of things to potentially help us meet our goals, I just wanted to make sure that I flagged that as well.
That was a lot. I'm trying to get them all down, so I may not hit them all, and I may call on a few friends over there to help. So I do have for the school year 20, class of 22, for all students, 60. I'm going to round here, so it may not be perfect, but it's about 65% of students got an advanced diploma, and 28% standard, and 1% applied studies. Does that help?
If I can just make a brief remark just about the format of these goal reports again. And I really want to acknowledge Leedy and her team for doing an excellent job putting these reports together. They're responsive to the board-approved data metrics. But we also know from years past that there have been a lot of questions about, additional intersectionality of data, digging a little bit deeper in some of the data. So we have traditionally put together a data appendix. We do not have that posted today because that's not part of the formal board report, but that is something that we could provide to the board after the work session. So we'll refer to that a little bit, probably in answering some of these questions, and we can give you that whole document after the report if that's something you're interested in.
I'll try and provide what I can in a timely fashion, but I won't take up too much time scurrying through the lengthy appendix. Taking a look at, and I think you asked specifically about special education students on those same metrics. Make sure I get this right. About 23% receive an advanced diploma, 62% a standard diploma, and 11% for the applied. You also asked about, and I'm not going to catch them all, so please feel free to refresh, the 8th grade algebra. This was a year, to be honest, where our numbers went down. It was the first time we'd gone down in 8th grade algebra. I do believe, and our checking with schools really shows that it was because of the pandemic. People had less confidence in students' ability, so they didn't push students as they might, because 8th grade algebra is open enrollment, but that doesn't mean that some students don't need advocacy and encouragement to take that step. So that's something we are intentionally working with schools on this year to really uncover and ensure that we can have all students really kind of stretching themselves for that goal. That has been something that we've heard Dr. Reed talk about since she's arrived, and it's something that we're all wanting more and more students to be experiencing algebra prior to hitting high school, for sure. As far as volunteers in the schools, I think those, that's something we can do, some reminders out to principals. I'm seeing Becky Bainig in the back, through regions to do some reminders about that. There might be some post-COVID sort of like got out of routines and that we can address that, because I do think having volunteers to be in helping students is a great idea. What'd I miss?
The only one you missed, you did great, is the percentage of students participating in honors classes. Those are students with disabilities.
And I may or may not have that, so I'll probably have to circle back. But it is, if I have it before the end, I'll share it. But we definitely can provide that disaggregated appendix for you.
Thank you. I love how data begets more data. Ms. Corbett Sanders, followed by Ms. Tolan.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the disaggregated data, because so often in Fairfax County, we rely on the top-level data, but when we do that, that actually masks some of the gaps that we're aware occur, so thank you, I appreciate it. Two questions, actually three questions, and then a suggestion. One, the MSAOC last year was very clear about the availability of accelerated math in all of our Title I schools and the fact that it wasn't available in all of our Title I schools. Have we corrected that situation?
So after that presentation, we partnered with regions and went back to the math team and ensured that we had clear communication around that expectation, and provided the tools and what our schools need to identify students. We are in the process of collecting that information. Unlike secondary schools where you can easily just look in SIS and see who's registered, we have to collect that school by school by school. So that data collection ended on Friday, and we'll provide specifics about that, but we feel we are on track to all schools having advanced math.
And not just in 5th and 6th grade, but actually consistently?
We're collecting it across to see where we are. You know, as we move to having schools with local level 4 programs, then it's quickly becomes, it's there, but we still have a handful of schools that do not have local level 4. So we're working on the schools that have it at 6th grade, the schools that are starting advanced local level 4 programs, and kind of closing that gap. But we can provide you all a full summary, I would say very soon after the winter break.
Great, because I will reiterate that the FCPS promise should ensure that every one of our elementary schools offer this at the same grade level starting and continue and having the same continuum. It does become a, it feeds the narrative and it also feeds the gap.
Absolutely.
So the second question I have is about AVID, which in looking at where the gaps are still persistent, AVID plays a very helpful role, not only in preparedness, but also in that mentoring and that encouragement so that they get the counseling supports when they do course selection to look at these advanced courses, including algebra in 8th grade. So where are we at with AVID in all of our middle schools and the transition from elementary school to middle school, encouraging people to participate in AVID, both at the middle and high school level?
So there's a couple of things. AVID is not a program that we can just add without paying dues. There's some expenses to it, right? It definitely has some costs related. So one thing we have done is looked at the AVID strategies and tried to incorporate them into advisory, so all students have access. That's not your question, but I just wanted to make sure that I shared that we're thinking about this not only as a program, but also the benefits of those strategies and making sure all students have access. As far as growth of the AVID program, we have a few things. We added a couple of elementary schools this past year. The City of Fairfax School Board helped support that. And we've been having conversations about looking about how to expand the elementary access to AVID in our Title I schools to try and build that continuum. I don't have the number of middle schools with AVID right now. Jen Glazer, do you have that number? Who's getting that number for us? But it's a constant sort of, it's measured growth, I would say, or it's not something, we have not set the goal that every middle school will have an AVID program, but we continue to add those programs as we are able.
My concern is, once again, the FCPS promise that certain schools have this focus and others don't. And so if we could get a list of where it's at, including at which elementary schools, and where you are using the AVID strategies, but you don't have a formalized program, and if you have developed any sort of metrics to determine the success of the strategy approach versus the programmatic approach. And my last question is regarding the Office of, we've got all these volunteers and hearing that there's an impediment in getting our volunteers into our buildings. We know that the volunteers play a critical role in addressing the learning challenges, especially for those that were significantly impacted by COVID. And so I would suggest that we probably need some sort of volunteer support system or clearinghouse within FCPS that will facilitate not only getting our volunteers into the classrooms, but doing the background checks and doing all of the things we need to do. And I would love to hear from you all and my colleagues on that issue.
So I'm not seeing anybody here from HR, and I don't know if any of my colleagues have any information on this or not. If you do, please feel free to jump in and speak up. But my understanding is that we do have a centralized process to do background checks for school-based volunteers through our Human Resources Office.
Dr. Presidio, Mr. Smith will respond to that portion.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Certainly. So yes, and good after. I guess it's still good morning. So we do have a process for recognizing or at least doing background checks for all of our volunteers. We have a regulation. The regulation escapes me at this point, but we know that our principals work closely with volunteers to direct those individuals through the Human Resources Office, where they then register to come in for background checks. We have many slots available for individuals to come in and sign up to have those background checks performed. So the process is in place, and we certainly do want to have individuals work with our students. One thing that we note with background checks, we have two processes. For those volunteers who may be working with students independently, we have the formal background checks with the fingerprints. But for those volunteers who are coming into the buildings, we have our ID network that we have set up, our visitor system that does background check for individuals who might be on certain lists. And so we use that system to identify folks and allow them to work with students in the classroom, as long as those individuals are working under the direction of a classroom teacher.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. I think Ms. Corbett-Sanders' question around that was slightly different, but we appreciate the outline of the process. I think it's more about the culture of how we're pulling these people in. Can you, in 10 seconds, just kind of recap?
Yeah, the question is, the background checks are really the end process, at the end of the process. It's how do we have a culture of including volunteers, and when people come to us, making sure that they are welcomed into our schools and that they're given real and meaningful volunteer opportunities. I know we had the structure of grant involved, but it's more than that.
Thank you. And I don't know if that's a Mr. Smith question, but Dr. Reed, would anybody else like to take this on?
Sure. I think that Fairfax County has traditionally prided itself in volunteer partnerships. And I think the pandemic made it less possible for more adults to be in our schools and on our campuses. And as we come out of that with our new strategic plan, I think it's going to be a cornerstone of that work, which will create a different level of excitement, as well as coupled with our increased focus on background checks, which we're going to need to streamline. But I think that we recognize our community partners, the volunteers, are critical to our success. And I think it's getting back into some of the habits we got out of during the pandemic, but I know staff are committed to knowing that many hands make light work. So, we're on it.
It's just increasing the focus on being intentional. Now, you had some other questions, I think, that were geared towards the instructional staff? Okay. So if there are no other comments to Ms. Corbett Sanders' comments, Ms. Tolan?
Thank you. Thanks, and absolutely support getting volunteers in the school. I just want to, I appreciate all of the data and all the information and realizing the date on it, and the amount of work and discussions that we've had, recently, and then work on the strategic plan. My questions are geared a little bit more toward looking forward and what are we doing and how are we using some of the tools that we've put in place. So I wanted to ask a little bit about looking at the on-time graduation statistics. I know that we have a relatively new online tool for school-based staff to use, and just wanted to understand. I've been hearing really good things about it, and just wanted to understand if we were working on sharing ideas between schools about this tool and how people are using it or doing any kind of training around it.
Well, I can let Jen Glazer just kind of join in because she works very closely with the on-time graduation.
Sure. So thank you for mentioning that tool. We are very, very proud and happy to have rolled that out this year. And it was a huge collaboration between DSIS, the schools, as well as, of course, our builders in DIT who have designed everything to meet really complex graduation needs. And we do have ongoing training with directors of student services and school counselors to make sure that the implementation and usage is moving along as the updates are coming along. This is our first full year of implementation, and we will continue to work together on milestones and expectations for quarterly checks as well as end of the year checks to make sure it's used fully.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. So we'll see what the data shows us next year for this. I also, we have a lot of exciting work going on, I know, around the POG poll. I dug a little bit into this report. The previous one said no data was collected. This one we had data on, I think, 2,278 students, which is, only 1% of our student population. And I know that there's a lot of training and things going on. Can you talk just a little bit about, but I know some schools are doing it, some schools, everywhere there are varying degrees. Kind of how are you rolling that out? And how do we get to the point where, because our goal is all students will have this, and I know that that's a big ask. So how are you rolling that out to make sure that that happens?
Thank you. So if you all would remember that we've been designated as a school division of innovation by the state, which allowed us to really kind of get serious about Portrait of a Graduate presentations of learning POG poll, right? So with that agreement with the state, we are committed to all students participating by school year 25-26, right? So, or is it 20, school year 25. So with that, we know that all schools are in different entry points into that work. Like some schools, as you mentioned, have already been in a pilot, so they are well on their way, while other schools are focusing more on sort of the practices, the performance assessment, really integrating those Portrait of a Graduate attributes very intentionally into content. So people have found their own entry points, and then in their school plan this year, each school was asked to put a goal related to Portrait of a Graduate that really will help them take where they are and move a step forward closer to Portrait of a Graduate presentations of learning to meet our ultimate goal.
Awesome, thank you. It came up a little bit already today, but I've spent the last 2 days, full days with the instructional strategic planning team, and early childhood programming, of course, came up over and over. So I'm also preparing for a skipped meeting tomorrow, which I did send to Dr. Reed. We have and I'll send to the board after our meeting tomorrow, is we have a report from the county in collaboration with FCPS, plans for, early childhood collaborations. So I just wanted to give you a chance to maybe talk a little bit about that collaborative work.
Well, I think, first of all, I would say I want to introduce everybody to Lisa Pilson, our new Director of Early Childhood Education. So she'll wave in the back, and former FCPS principal of different sites in the county. So she started just a couple months ago and has done an amazing job so far. And she had barely been in the job when we asked her to work on a strategic expansion plan. So to basically put together a list of options and opportunities we have to expand pre-K and FCPS. So starting with, what's in our locus of control? So where do we have site space within our existing facilities where we could situate, some additional classrooms? And we have identified approximately 20 classrooms where we could add, new pre-K students if, of course, we had the funding to be able to hire the teachers and, purchase the materials and supplies that you need to have in an early childhood program. But that's just one option and one opportunity. She's been working really closely with our Department of Facilities and Transportation to look at the other two big factors, which, of course, are, facility space and transportation. How do we get kids from the communities that they live in to the schools where we have seat space available? So we're looking at additional opportunities around modifications in some of our campuses. For example, maybe we could think about space in our high schools or our middle schools as an option and an opportunity, even though that's not the first place that we would think to look for space. They're looking at some of those secondary options. And then they're looking at partnering with the county for available space, as well as looking at opportunities to partner in the community. So our faith-based community, we've had a couple different groups approach us and say that they might have some space available in their local buildings that they could open up to preschool space, as well as, some county facilities. And then there's the long-term kind of brainstorming that the team is looking at as we think about our capital improvement plan and building new school sites and renovations, really prioritizing the need for early childhood classrooms in those spaces. So all of that is being put together in kind of a master expansion plan, if you will. But we're even looking at things that we might be able to do if there's any available resources for next school year. Those decisions, of course, though, would need to be made very quickly because we start the recruitment and registration process for new students very early in the calendar year. But Lisa's done an amazing job partnering with Mr. Fanshaw in facilities and transportation. And I think we're going to have some good options and opportunities as we move forward as a community. And I think that will be something that will be, again, another cornerstone in the strategic plan, I'm sure. So.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you.
Super excited about the advancements in AAP, and we want to just keep track on that. I know we're moving into our third year of making sure we have an AART in every single school. So I'm looking forward to completing that part of the project. And there's my time. I'll go on the go back list. Thank you.
We will add you to a go back. Thank you, Ms. Tolan. Ms. Somesh, followed by Ms. McLaughlin.
Dr. Anderson, can I just jump in before we move on to someone else and go back to answer Ms. Cohen's question about the students with disabilities? So that actually is one of our metric pieces, and so it's in the main report on page 27. And the 21-22 rate was 26% of our students with disabilities participated in honors. And that was an increase from 18% at baseline, so it was almost 50% increase since we had started to track it.
All right, thank you, and thank you to the team for your work always. Okay, so I guess I'm coming into this a little bit frustrated, a little bit confused, thinking this is old news in a way, and we're not going to change anything, I think, today through this conversation, given that we're undergoing a process that's changing the metrics we're using here. But given what we're looking at, Ms. Ruda, can you just outline how this differs in terms of kind of findings, overall, conclusions from different years, like over the past, let's say, 5 years or so?
That's a pretty broad question, but I'll do my best in trying to answer it. I think probably the biggest things that kind of shifted was during the pandemic. We really did see kind of depressed achievement on our assessments. So our, SOLs, our AP, our IB assessments decreased. And that while that kind of rebounded last year, we're still typically below levels where we were previously. We also didn't probably, if you look at the whole 5 years, though, see really huge improvements or really much progress on trying to improve the gaps that existed. And so that was something that really didn't shift over the 5 years that we were hoping to shift. So that's on the kind of on that side of things. However, we did really shift the access that we were providing to students. So a lot of the things like providing more AAP curricular access, either through doing it in the classrooms or doing it through some of our programs that have the more rigorous instruction attached to them, those opportunities and that access to those kinds of things were much more available over the course of the 5 years. So that's a really broad outline of sort of what changed over the 5 years.
No, that's very helpful. I especially wanted to touch on kind of the gaps piece, because that stood out to me. I know that's something before most of us got on this board has been an issue. It continues to be, just in terms of, you stated it in your report. Yeah, that gaps are consistent. They're long-lasting. Specifically, as an example of EL English learners, since you outlined that and had it as a summary that stood out, that they continue to show pervasive and large negative impacts, larger than other groups, that require long-lasting supports specifically tailored to their needs, et cetera. I mean, I guess colleagues, on some level, and Ms. Ruda just said it, every year we're seeing certain things consistently, and we're largely doing the same things every year, right? So and the expansion of AAP, have you observed any connection in terms of improvements on that front there?
In terms of participation, like of students participating in AAP, because there has been some expansion of that. In terms of performance, because they were related mostly to our assessments, no, because like I said, that was an overall kind of downward trend. But in terms of participation, yes, there was expanded participation of students receiving those services.
Do you have any tentative kind of hunch as to why increased participation but not performance?
I think all of our performance was basically tied to the SOLs. I'm going to say that when you're talking about AAP in particular, I'm not sure that's the best metric of what we really want for our AAP students. I mean,
we have tracked
Yeah.
AAP student performance, and I mean, it's essentially at 100% passing, state assessments and very high passing national assessments, right? So I think Leedy's comments were more about the depression in the scores for the overall population, and then for other
Right.
certain subgroups that, we're tracking as part of our achievement gap efforts.
Yeah, because our metric for AAP performance for students is whether or not they're achieving advanced performance. And so that was depressed, but whether that's the best measure of what we really want from our AAP students to really gain from participation, there are probably other things that we want that has to do with deeper learning and not necessarily reflective of that in particular, but that was what we had available, I think, at the time that the metric was set.
But I guess what I'm trying to see is for those groups that are suffering from the gaps that we're not addressing, are we seeing improvements? It sounds like we are, once they have access, with that expanded access, that they're able to set higher bars for themselves and therefore perform at that 100% or so rate, Dr. Presidio, you were sharing.
Well, I think the performance for our students in level 4, advanced academic services, has always been high, right? And it continues to be high. What we've really been working on more than the outcomes is the access, right? So when you think about things that we've done, like expansion of the Young Scholars Program to try to really support that talent development model and get more students included early in the program, that's paying some dividends and benefits. When you think about the things that we did just around our identification process and going to local norms instead of division norms or national norms, that created more diversity in our program, because now we're making those determinations about whether or not you need accelerated services based on your own local school community context, not the national or division context. So that was something that we did that yielded results. The board's investment in advanced academic resource teachers full-time in every school so that they can provide more training and support to teachers around differentiation to include more of the AAP curriculum into the general education experience for students. That is helping, right? So like those are all strategies and actions that I think are helping our overall access and opportunity for level 4 students. But level 4 student performance has always been very high.
Yeah, but again, I'm kind of thinking about, is raising the bar for more students leading students to fulfill their potential more in that gap area, right? So
you're saying as more students, we see more diversity and more representation in level 4, is that helping to close the division's overall gaps? We haven't really analyzed that. My hunch is probably not yet, but I would defer to Leedy on that.
Thank you, Dr. Presidio. I'm not sure I have an answer. I think this is really something we'd need to dig into a little bit better. We have, not specifically around goal reports, sometimes seen that exposure to this does lead to greater achievement, even among students who maybe might not have initially been seen as the students who would benefit from it. So I would say big picture-wise, we probably would see that, but we haven't dug into it that much.
And I do think it's a really good question that you ask. I mean, because there is evidence and research to suggest that that would be true, right? And just as a reminder for everybody, particularly the community, I know that we have not closed the gaps that all of us, continue to be concerned about. We do have an evidence-based framework to try to do that, right? It's just getting the resources and the support and the energy of everyone in the division to implement those actions and strategies with fidelity. And that's been incredibly difficult when we think about, the pandemic, as well as, just the comprehensive nature of what we need to think about when we close gaps. So just as a very quick reminder, I won't explain all of the drivers in that framework, but academic rigor is one of the drivers, right? Providing those rigorous learning experiences and high expectations for every student in the system gets back to Ms. Corbett-Sanders' question about advanced math, right? Like that's critical to do, and we've named that, and we've got specific actions and strategies to support schools with that. The idea of academic support, that's already come up in this conversation, and it was a big piece of our conversation in ESSER around getting targeted small group or one-on-one academic supports to students that are behind to accelerate their learning and to close those gaps. That's something that we've named in our plan, in our framework for a number of years, but we have never really sufficiently had the opportunity to resource that until ESSER, right? So a large percentage of our ESSER money is going into those academic support areas. The idea of relationships, that's another driver area. If we're not culturally responsive and inclusive with our families, then they're not going to be connected, right? If we don't have those relationships with students, and students don't feel included in the classroom and feel like that, their teachers and staff members in the school care about them, know them, and advocate for them, they're not going to be as inclined to work as hard, right? Family engagement is one of the drivers. So I won't go through all of them, right? But we know the holistic package of things that we need to do. It's about doing those things consistently across all schools and having the resources and the time to be able to do those things well is what it's going to take to really close gaps. There's not like one silver bullet to close gaps, right? And obviously, we focus a lot of our time on high-quality instruction and academic rigor to some of our earlier questions that you were answering or asking.
no, I'm really grateful you laid that out because, it tends, and being a little bit motivated by our morning conversation with the faith community, a lot of the challenge is will, right? Will to commit and then to invest, to make it happen. And I'd love to see from the strategic planning process that we come up, with some, whether it's a problem-solving team or whatever, that focuses and commits to this. And colleagues, that's part of my advocacy. And beyond that, like looking at these metrics, I'm not satisfied knowing that we're tracking graduation rates and whether or not we've succeeded in accreditation or whether or not kids failed SOLs as standards for, yes, we're successful, look at us, we've done the minimum. I think that that's something I want to challenge us to reimagine. I know Dr. Reed's work before was consistent with that difference. So I just want to highlight that too, that no doubt we have to track those things, and certainly for groups that are challenged in different ways, those are sometimes the best we can do, but for that time being, but I'd like to see us measuring things that are higher than that. Are kids exceeding their previous abilities, or are they, showing growth? And I know we're moving towards that in some of the assessments, but even in our own divisions tracking, I'd love to see that. Which raises kind of, based on this conversation, two things, Dr. Presidio, from what you're sharing. We know how to close the gaps. It's a matter of the commitment and the investment. So that's one. And one of those, the second piece being expanding our advanced academic access. Where are we on that? I'd like to hear, I know we were moving towards local level 4 in every school. We weren't quite there yet. Where are we now? And that's, with my last second here, my advocacy to my colleagues that it is just high time. Like, why is this not in every school? Why are we not removing these barriers? And we continue to pay tens of thousands of dollars wasted just to transport, to bus
May,
kids
Mr.
elsewhere.
May.
Anyway, if they can answer my question.
Yeah, we'll put you on a go back for the rest of that.
No, thank you for that question. And this is an area we've been working really hard at, and I'm looking at Becky Baining in the back as our lead RAS, who's just been an excellent partner and really trying to prioritize time and attention to focus on expansion of local level 4. We're getting close. Noelle's kind of looking at the numbers. We're getting close to have that phase-in model for each of our schools. There's a few schools that we're still struggling with. Largely, it's a function of space and facilities and lack of space as we think about students that would choose to stay back at their local-based school and being able to do that. One of the other big factors and challenges has been in some of those schools that we don't have that program yet, those are the schools that are focused most on academic, post-pandemic recovery with students. So we've really asked them to be focused on that first and foremost. But we do have a timeline and a plan and process to bring every school on board. And do you have the data point? So Noelle's saying 2 more years to get everybody on board.
Put you on for a go back. Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin and then Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
So to start on the positive, I really do appreciate Appendix A. To me, Dr. Reed, Appendix A is the heart and soul of this report here. And I think what I would like to see from you, because I know you're still trying to get to know the division, is really your assessment looking at the granularity in Appendix A. I mean, all of these metrics to me speak volumes. When I look at the PowerPoint presentation, I don't feel like the PowerPoint really captured the heart and soul of what we're seeing in these numbers. So I think we would benefit from you in that sort of assessment of what you see there. And to Ms. Omesh's point, where are we going from here? I do think there hasn't been enough conversation about the fact that the grades, the course grades were better, but then the standardized tests, SOLs, AP and IB, declined. Well, that makes me worried that when we hear people say, do we just mask the problem by, we give a lot of latitude in the grades and then that way it doesn't look as bad. And look, I'm all for giving kids hope coming out of a pandemic. But, we are a high-achieving school system. The gaps, though, between the subgroups, and again, Dr. Presidio, I know you've really appreciated my request that we get the intersectional data because, Dr. Reed, when we put them into singular categories, what we know is that our Black and Hispanic students are disproportionately struggling with poverty, and our poverty rates mirror often what we see for our Black and Hispanic students. And yet, for our Black and Hispanic students not in poverty, we should be seeing that. I think that's important for our entire community to see that. There are gaps between the Asian students who are performing at the highest level of subgroup, even compared to white students in some of these metrics. It's a 10 percentage point difference. Why is that? I feel like there's just a lot more that we can learn from this data. And then on just sort of a small point that I would like to understand is the first page of this report. I think it's confusing to me. It says final report on the FCPS school year 2018 to 20 strategic plan focus, but the data is for the school year 21-22. So I think there needs to be a little more clarity on that cover page because someone reading it is not understanding that this is a report based on either 2018 to 2022 based on the data, but otherwise,
Right. I think that speaks to the baseline. So Ms. Ruda, could you speak to that? And it looks like you have more, so Ms. McLaughlin, we'll put you on a go back.
yeah, but I do want to make sure Dr. Reed knows, I'd like to get her initial assessment now, what she thinks she's seen in this report. I mean, I'm not trying to put her on for, tell me everything you think, but we haven't had that yet. It was presented on Thursday, but we didn't get to hear what Dr. Reed's thinking.
So we'll have Dr. Reed start, and then the rest of staff can fill in with the rest of that information, particularly the question about the cover page.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. And Ms. McLaughlin, looking at Appendix A, it's clear we still have work to do. I think that there's been progress in some areas and in some cases flatlined, I think likely with the pandemic years. I do think that one of the things that I've talked with staff about, and one of the things we're working on are data tables, because this is a percentage division-wide, and where we want to look is, to your point, more granularly. I don't even know if that's a word. Lydia, is it granularly? In other words, are there regions where we don't see this data? Are there regions where we, in fact, are knocking it out of the park, or a pyramid group? And so I think just as it's important to look at where things are not working, I think it's as important and maybe more important to look at where we are closing gaps, to think about what are those strategies we can bring to scale across the division. So I think there's a lot of opportunity. And having said all of that, the data is still pretty remarkable, even though there are opportunity gaps. So I think we're excited to dig in and look at some more sophisticated, if you will, heat maps for achievement, and really being thoughtful about elevating those best practices and having staff learn from one another, because we've got folks across this division doing amazing work. Thank you.
Ms. Ruda?
And I'll chime in on the issue around the 2018-20. I know you're all aware that back in March of 2020, we were going to work on updating the strategic plan. So the one that existed was called the Strategic Plan Focus 2018-2020. And that's what that references to, is what specific plan, because prior to that we had Ignite, and then we had the narrower, or the more focused 2018-20 strategic plan focus. And so everything that's been reported on since then, because we haven't gotten a chance to update the plan and what the new priorities are and what the new metrics are, has always gone back to that 2018-20 strategic plan focus that existed in March 2020 and continues to guide the metrics that are reported on each year. So I look forward to us having the updated version in June, so that we can now move to where we are right now. But that's why it's referred to as the 2018-20 strategic plan focus, because that was the name that was given to it originally.
Thank you. The first part of your question was not responded to, Megan? Ms. McLaughlin?
Yeah, I guess I would say, Ms. Herta, based on the question I posed, I would like for Dr. Reed to talk with your team. Anyone in the public school divisions around the country looking at this are going to get confused. It doesn't hurt to have another line in there that just says, that this includes data up through school year 21-22.
We'll add that clarification.
Thank you. Ms. Keys-Gamarra, and then Ms. Pekarsky.
Thank you. I'm happy to follow my colleague, and many people mentioned this regarding, and Dr. Reed as well, regarding progress in each of our subgroups, as well as where we're doing well. I'd like to dig down a little bit more with the AVID program. Do we have actual numbers of how many students and schools are involved in the AVID program?
We have that. I don't have it at my fingertips. This is Jen Glazer. I will certainly get that for you.
Well, the reason I ask is because, we've heard lots of reports, even from some of our committees, very much in support of this, but I have not seen data showing us where it's making a difference in the increase of people enrolling in higher level classes, AAP, et cetera, and also their success in those classes. When I look at the scorecard, I see some greater discrepancy amongst groups. So do we have any data to show that this is actually, I know that it's providing some support. I've seen that and participated in some of their programs, but in terms of achieving those goals that close the gaps, do we have data regarding that for avid participants?
So, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, that's not something that we have prepared for today, but it is something that we have prepared. So I can see if we can circle back a little bit after lunch on that one, as we'll be sitting at the table for the entire day. Otherwise, we'll provide it to you offline.
Okay. Right. And I'm looking to see participation in AAP, AP, IB programming. I know we've talked about this, and I do think it provides, I've seen some positive things, but I think we need to look at the numbers. One of the things I noticed also in this report, it says ESOL learners show pervasive and larger negative impacts and will need, this is one of the recommendations on page 21, will need long-lasting support specifically to address their needs. Can we go over a little bit what that is? I know we talked about learning loss a little bit in the board meeting, but I'm looking for a specific plan for each of these groups, as well as Dr. Reed said, looking at comparing that to those groups that are doing well and perhaps making sure we're achieving those best practices everywhere with fidelity.
Thank you for those questions. And Rich Polio, our ESOL director, has joined us. And, we had a little bit of a preview at the last board business meeting where we talked about English language learner proficiency over the course of their, experience in FCPS developing proficiency. And I definitely want to just remind everybody in the public that, as students gain that proficiency, they're able to successfully demonstrate their academic content knowledge really well, actually above division average performance. So I think at the heart of your question is really, how can we support our English learners who we know were significantly impacted by not having those opportunities to practice their English language skills and development in a virtual learning environment, or if they were completely removed from the educational environment during the pandemic. So Rich and his team have been doing a lot of work with schools this year to put in additional supports, and we'll let him talk about that a little bit.
Sure. Thanks, Dr. Presidio, and thanks, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, for that question. I guess I would just to expand upon what Dr. Presidio just mentioned, that we are very focused with each and every school on English language development for each and every student, for each and every one of our Ls. We know that as I mentioned the other night, we know that as students gain English language proficiency, that they do perform better academically. Some of the areas where this can be challenging is when students, first of all, I know we've talked about, and we will speak more about, hopefully at a later date, about our English learners in high school who have less time, to achieve proficiency over time. So we need to work specifically not only with our ESOL teachers at high school, but with all of our content teachers at high school. So we're very focused on providing training and support for our classroom and content teachers on what strategies, what scaffolding strategies they can use in the classroom. This is something that I know I mentioned we do need to look for more time, for coaching and support for our classroom teachers when it comes to working with Ls. Additionally, we are very focused in the data, and it's not something that we have, I believe, in this report, but looking at students who are long-term Ls, and that's only about 20% of our English learner population, but it is significant with the numbers, of course, that we have. So we are working with schools to be able to disaggregate their data and look at long-term English learners at their schools, because we want those students, we really want to ensure, just like you would do with say, MTSS, you would work with students who need additional support. You would introduce tier 2 or tier 3 interventions. The long-term English learners, rather than just looking at L's and seeing like, okay, an English learner who, for example, may have failed their math SOL in 4th grade. Well, as we discussed the other night, if they're level 1 or 2, if they're making progress, that student still may not necessarily need additional support, but long-term Ls, we know, do need additional support in English language development. So we're working with schools to help identify those students and then work with those students, provide additional English language support to those kids.
Okay, thank you. I have just a few comments on goal 2 regarding caring culture. And on page 5, it says we need to re-envision the SR&R to, make sure it's fitting those cultural goals. Does that also include the role of SROs? That's on page 5.
Thank you, Ms. Keys-Gamarra. So I think as we, good afternoon, Michelle Boyd. I think we can, we really have made some major shifts in the SR&R over the last couple of years, and we continue to revisit that. Certainly, I think that the board has been very intentional in sharing their really commitment in ensuring that law enforcement is only engaged with our students when there is an actual violation of the law, and to the degree, to the extent maximum, we really want our school staff being the persons that are supportive and using restorative practices and proactively teaching behavior. And so we continue to do that work and continue to work in partnership with principals to see how we can centrally support that. And I know we'll talk more about that later as we go through the discussion.
I appreciate that. I do want to mention that we have a neighboring county that actively engaged in this discussion and to re-envision that role to be more supportive of a healthy culture within our schools. And I look forward to doing that and perhaps scheduling the forum topic that was filed some time ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keys-Gamarra. Ms. Pekarsky, followed by Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate all of this. Many of my questions will center around our English language learners, which I think we all agree is a huge need area for us, and a lot of the data that supports that. So one of my questions is, especially after the pandemic, closing gaps for these kids, Dr. Polio, you talked about the training and the support that we're giving classroom teachers, and that is really, I think I agree, definitely agree, essential, because most of their day is spent in these classrooms. So as of right now, that is optional, or are there any expectations, or how do we handle that?
So right now, we do have a required online training, asynchronous online training that all teachers in the division, there were 2. One was for all teachers and instructional leaders in the division, and a second was for all principals. And each of these were about 1 hour training. So it's a baseline, believe me, it's not what's entirely needed. But this was the first year. Last year we had them, and this year we improved them. So those were completed by all teachers and all administrators earlier this school year. And those went over the basics of understanding your English learners, knowing who's in your class, and what some strategies might be to support them.
I think that's great, and I think that's a great start, but as you indicated, that is a minimum. I think we do need, considering where we are and what the data shows us of this group being such a huge need area, that a plan and a long-term plan as to how we're going to build that capacity in classroom teachers is essential going forward. I know, and we'll talk at a later time, you said about our high school kids, which do have unique needs, considering they won't be with us very long. And I think one of the classes, and I think Ms. Cohen actually brought it up at our meeting the other night, was the heritage classes, which I've heard from some of my high schools are very popular. Kids want to be in them, and they're seeing kids really have great gains. So are you, go ahead.
Are you speaking of the world language classes for heritage speakers?
Sorry, did I say heritage? I meant,
said heritage.
Sorry, I meant the native. Sorry, that's what I meant. The
Oh, so you're
native.
thinking of immersion? Or,
No, not immersion.
Okay.
High school. Yeah.
So I think Spanish
Actually,
for
those are
fluent,
called heritage,
Spanish for
aren't they?
fluent
Yeah.
speakers as a,
Yeah, that
as a
one.
world language.
Yeah,
Yes,
whatever it's
with
called, where we have, yes.
a
So
world language class, right?
I don't know where it's held on now.
It's
I
okay.
know it's under world language, whatever. But do we have data around where we have those, what plans are for expansions, and can you share that with all of us?
yeah, I don't have it with me, but I can share it. Our Spanish for fluent speakers, we're expanding that to other languages as well. Korean, I think, is the next one that we've been doing, trying to see really where we have the student population to support. This does allow students who have experiences at home, maybe, that they have verbal skills, but not the written skills, and to really learn more about their heritage language. I think it's a win-win for everyone, and gain graduation credit.
It is, but I think it also builds, interest in school and what I'm hearing, getting them more engaged, which in turn they're seeing more academic gains as a result. So, all anecdotal, but still, I think, interesting and perhaps part of a larger approach. Our percent of ELs that are identified for AAP is quite low. The 3-year baseline was 1%. Obviously, we are not identifying these kids. So how do we help teachers to ensure that they know what to look for? Because our normal mode of assessment, it may not work so well when English isn't your first language.
So I can say that in some of our guidance documents around our gifted rated behavior scale, we really ask teachers to make that consideration, right, for English language learners. That's probably our main point. That is probably the main way. We have looked into trying to give some of the assessments in other languages, but we have not been able to do that at this time.
One area that I'll just say that that I'm recently working on with our coordinator for AAP is looking at now students as they gain English proficiency. It doesn't always line up right with the grade level that most teachers are used to doing. Their AAP, the gibbers and AAP. So we're looking at as soon as students gain, for example, up to level 3 proficiency, that we would make automatically, begin to look at them as for consideration. So it's something that it's not in practice as of yet, but it's an idea that we're working on together as a possibility.
I think that's great, and I think we see the data shows that when we get them in there, they're actually doing quite well. So that's exciting. I'll take the go back. Sorry, I didn't even look.
Will be in there for a go back. I think everybody is at this point. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, and then Mr. Frisch and I will take our turns.
Thank you, yeah, and I'm actually glad I'm glad to follow my colleague, Ms. Pekarsky, because that was one of my questions too, is how can we expand our identification for ELs? So I think as we're looking at the AAP report and implementation and other strategies, I think that's an important one to ask, because we don't want to miss the students, and clearly we are. I wanted to give kudos, because I'm always jumping on this. I appreciate on page 25 of the report that we did break out the diploma types. So I just wanted to give kudos, but I wanted to point out that 9% of our students with disabilities are graduating with an applied studies diploma. So just wanted to put that out there, but I really do appreciate you doing that. I might add on page 24 and early in the report where we do say Virginia diploma types and we're showing 95%, maybe an asterisk to just clarify that reporting number includes all diploma types, and then later on it's broken down, just so people don't look at those two charts and say, I don't understand the discrepancy. So just my thought. I wanted to talk a little bit about college and career readiness, and I really appreciate the focus on that, and especially adding AVID strategies into advisory. I love that idea. One of the things I did want to talk about is when we looked at the amount of money on page 86 of the report that we're spending to support college and career readiness, it says we're spending approximately 2.4 million on a free SAT, ACT for all students, which I appreciate, so I'm doubting that one, and also on 11 on-time graduation coordinators. But we're only spending about 200K on expanded direct services to students and family resources to support college and career readiness. And so I think, while I appreciate the focus on on-time graduation, I'd just like a little more information on how that might help beyond graduating on time to supporting college and career readiness, so when they do leave, they're ready for college or career.
I don't know if Jen wants to weigh on this one at all. I mean, I think it would be helpful to maybe Jen give a little bit more context about the comprehensive services that we have around college and career readiness, like the early identification program, our advanced program, because it's not just supporting students with graduation. It's really thinking about, supporting their post-secondary success. And our on-time graduation coordinators do play a role in that in those buildings that they're in as well. So.
Yes, and I think the costs reflected in this are associated with the metrics only. So it's not a comprehensive overview of how much we spend on college and career readiness support. And certainly, as Sloan mentioned, with the on-time graduation coordinators, those were allocated in the FY19 budget amendment to specific schools that had a need based on their on-time graduation rates, and they've had tremendous impacts. We're happy to continue to share, and we definitely would advocate for more supports in schools of that nature. Certainly, those on-time graduation coordinators are extremely focused on re-engaging students who are not attending or who have dropped out or who are on the verge of dropping out, and they're also supporting all of our students. And as Ms. Tolan brought up, our graduation dashboard is helping us with the metrics and staying on track. That is about graduation. I think it's a really broad topic to dive into about college and career readiness supports. If there are any specific questions, I could certainly address those more.
I only brought this up because I wanted, it seemed like it jumped out to me as a big discrepancy, and I knew we were doing more than what's there, so I wanted to give you a chance to kind of talk a little more about other things we're doing. So I appreciate that, but I think one thing I wanted to mention as we're talking about this, there was on slide 12, we talk about pre-K executive functioning skills, and then on slide 16, it talks about a 10% increase in executive functioning skills for all groups. Is that still related to pre-K, or is that, I wasn't sure, it's still pre-K. That's what I wanted to confirm, because it was confusing to me. I would just put out that I do think, from talking to principals and teachers and families, that we may want to looking at executive functioning skills as one of those college and career readiness metrics, or ready to learn metrics, because I hear more and more about students who need executive functioning support in our schools, especially coming out of the pandemic. So, and then the one last thing I wanted to put up, I'll probably need to go back, is I wanted to talk about our, I know, Dr. Presidio, you're having a grading work group looking at grading, and I think it would be important for them to look, my colleagues have brought it up, about some of the discrepancies we're seeing between the grades and then the performances on some of the standardized testing, and just kind of see what's going on there. So I know you raised that, and my time is up, so I might pick that back up. I might go back.
Well, I don't know if he has any more to share. Dr. Presidio, do you want to add anything?
I don't know if they're going to be all that helpful, but I would say, that is something that team can take a closer look at. I mean, we are focused, obviously, on those key deliverables that the board has asked for around consistency and clarity of, grading practices with respect to a few key things like, grading scale, for example. So, that's the priority of that work. I would say, there's always this idea of what is a measure of student learning really telling you, right? Whether it's a standardized assessment that a student takes at one point in time, right? Whether it's a grade that's really the, synthesis of a lot of work that students have done over a semester, over a year. Those two things, in terms of their alignment, oftentimes are reporting different things, right? They're not exactly reporting exactly the same thing. So how tight that alignment is ever going to be, I think, is an open question for us to consider. When you think about grading, obviously, we're thinking about students being, graded over the course of, again, a semester, a year, with lots of different assignments, and oftentimes multiple opportunities to demonstrate their proficiency and their mastery of that. And that is something that we definitely privilege and value in FCPS and respect the professional judgment of the teachers in our schools to be able to reflect that students have been able to master this content standard over the course, again, of that semester or that year. And having multiple opportunities to demonstrate that mastery, we do think is important. That doesn't mean that we don't think standardized assessments give us valuable information and important information as well. But the alignment of those two things oftentimes, I think, are measuring different things, and there are variables in there that make that really tight alignment sometimes very difficult to achieve. We've looked at this in the past when we've looked at course grades and standardized assessments like at the national level, so AP exams and IB exams. We have seen greater alignment there sometimes than we've seen with grades and SOL scores. So again, it will vary based on the assessment and how closely that assessment is really aligned with what's covered in that particular course. So those would be my initial comments. I mean, I think further discussion on that is certainly worthy, and we're happy to continue to dig into that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Presidio. Mr. Frisch.
Thank you. Diving right in, on page 31 and 32 of the report, I'm interested in a clarification over the difference between these two data sets. On page 31, it says percent of students who demonstrate proficiency in at least one AP, IB, or dual enrollment course by the end of high school, and it says meet or exceeds target. And I'm guessing the discrepancy between this and the next one is that dual enrollment is not included. And then the next one is percent of students who pass an AP or IB exam by the end of their senior year. What's the difference between those two?
So the first metric, as you said, includes dual enrollment, but it's also focused around passing the course. And the second one is specifically around passing the assessment that's attached to the AP or IB course, which is partly why dual enrollment isn't included.
So I think one thing that would be interesting to have would be something that's more apples to apples, right? So are people having more access? And if they are having more access, are they passing? So are they showing that, there's proficiency? I think that passing an exam by the end of high school is a perfectly good number to look at. But I'd be interested in how that relates to the general population of students who have taken those classes, which I think the previous slide or previous page is a little different given that it includes dual enrollment. Thinking about access to algebra in 8th grade, if we go to Roman numeral page 8 in the report, and I'm going there as we speak. It might be, sorry, it's 26. I'm having everybody jump around, I'm sorry. Page 26, looking at the numbers here, it seems that the outliers that would push this entire category into progress or exceeds is our EL and Hispanic populations, which I think points to the need for increased investments there. But one thing that I've heard in schools is a distinction between general algebra 1 and honors algebra 1, and I'm curious what the difference between those things are.
So we have Algebra 1 and we have Algebra 1 Honors, both offered as open enrollment in grade 8. Basically, what you'll see in those two courses is not a large amount of content difference. There's some additional topics in an honors class, but you're going to see an approach where there's probably a little bit less step-by-step instruction, right? Kids are given a little bit more independence to figure out and to learn things in a less structured way. You'll see that the complexity of the problems is probably higher than the complexity of the problems in a standard level algebra. It's really feeding probably more abstraction, a little bit more abstraction, a little bit less concreteness. I don't know if that's helpful to you.
It is. It's not something that can be covered with general differentiation in a classroom.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I think many things can be, right? Like, we could have one level of algebra and let teachers kind of differentiate for those students who present the need. I think that's a little bit how we do things in some of the other areas, but in mathematics, it's tended to be sort of that very focused and having all the students sort of working together on the same task and not necessarily through differentiation. I think even within an algebra general ed and an honors class, you're still going to have differentiation. You're still going to have kids who have different needs. So it's just narrowing sort of those needs, even though it is open enrollment. So that's where you're going to have a need for differentiation no matter what. I think we tend to think of the honors as students really wanting to take on that extra challenge in that area, that it's an area of interest and an area of that they have interest in sort of continuing to pursue mathematics for at the honors level for many years to come.
All right. It'd be interesting to me to get further data on the breakdown for proficiency in honors versus general. And then also in terms of data breakdowns, I'd love to have the gender breakdown as well for Algebra 1. And I think I'm close to out of time, but correct, in 8th grade. You know, I raised the question because I've heard from various students and parents that they weren't clear on what the difference between the two classes were. I'm done until I go back.
Is that data possible? Somebody want to respond to Mr. Frisch?
It is possible. I don't have it here. It's not something we've really done, those sort of comparisons before. But you're specifically looking at middle school, correct? And gender and the difference between performance in the honors versus the standard level.
Well, not even versus related. What is the performance for standard and what is the performance for honors? What is the access by gender and these traditional
demographics.
and these other subgroups?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I wanted to jump in and pick up a little bit where Ms. Somesh left off because I am trying to find it here and maybe it exists and I just didn't locate it. So please point me to where the data show the impact of the Young Scholars Program on the increased levels of students in AAP.
Well, I'll start and then I'll turn it over to Ms. Klemenko. The metrics themselves for this report don't include impact. That was not one of the approved metrics for it, so it is not part of what the reporting is. But I will turn it over to Ms. Klemenko, who probably has more info beyond that.
No, I would agree. The actual metric was to add Young Scholars programs to get to 100%. We've had, as Dr. Presidio mentioned, we've done multiple things to increase participation in AAP, and Young Scholars is just one of those things. So we don't have specific measures on that impact.
Anecdotally, do you have any of that information, even though it wasn't part of this collection per se? Do you have any sense?
Yeah, what I would say is that, you know, the Young Scholars are really kind of elevated in the approach to bringing them to the screening table, right? So we have our ARTs that we now have full-time at every school. They can know those students and they can really help to build that strong screening packet so that students have an advocate in the school building.
We've actually required schools to screen the young scholars as well. So not to have that discretionary from one school to the next.
Okay, thank you. I think generally this speaks to a frustration that I have, and you may have heard this around the table when you presented your answer, is that we put things in place without metrics in terms of what is going to articulate its success. I'll give you an example that I struggle with, the ARTs. We have invested in ARTs in our schools. We know this was a recommendation by the advanced academics consultants, but I have yet to see what is it that we want out of that. What is it that we're going to expect from that investment? Are we expecting that X number of students will be increased in AP, X number will remain at their schools when we are including such resources and investments into the local level fours? That is missing. It seems as if we're just putting things in and we don't have a lot of expectations back. in terms of the impact that we want to see on those outcomes. So I just kind of want to put that out there for the general, for some general consideration. I want to speak to page 14, the gold champion response that's on the PowerPoint, where you're talking about some of the ongoing activities, including revised guides, et cetera. Last time I spoke to this a little bit when we were here just a week ago. I know sometimes it's easy just to kind of dump everything that we're doing in there, but I'd like for us to be a little bit more strategic and really highlight, these are some new activities, and these are some activities that we are doing differently. And then what is it that we're hoping to achieve with the activities in both of those categories? But I raised this because last time Dr. Presidio talked quite a bit about the time, the investment in the curriculum guides, in terms of that being one of the top strategies to advance our work. If that is the case, I also want to know, what is the expectation? Is every school going to be utilizing these pacing guides? Are these pacing guides going to be available for parents who want to kind of follow along? Not holding teachers to, you have to be on page 7 on date X, but just have a general sense of what is taking place in the classes, because as of right now, neither of these things seem to be what is taking place.
I'll start, and Dr. Presidio may jump in, or Ms. Eddy may want to jump in. So historically, planning and pacing guides, I'll speak primarily at the elementary level here, have not been required. I think there's been an expectation, and there certainly has been support and training for the adequate use and the appropriate use and the successful use of those planning and pacing guides. As we have, during the pandemic, I think that everything had to change. All the pacing guides had to be reimagined for distance learning, and we had a lot of teachers clamoring, right, to use things. Again, not required, but I don't have hard data, but certainly we have many, many teachers who use our pacing guides, and we have supports to help them use them appropriately. I think we have a bit of a change now with the literacy work. For the first time in my time in Fairfax County, we've really defined some expectations around some required literacy practices and literacy curriculum that we are expected to see in every classroom. And so that's been a change, and it's a change of culture. And it's also obviously something that's a change in approach. So we're building that capacity with teachers to do that well. So as we looked at the planning and pacing guides coming out of the pandemic, the first year we had to kind of consider, well, what didn't get taught? And I won't say, sometimes it's de-emphasized, meaning it was done less to a lesser degree, and other times we truly let it go during the pandemic. So the first year out of the pandemic was really about making sure teachers would know, okay, this wasn't taught, I need to go back, I need to do more spiraling around this piece of content. So then that was last year, and as we came into this year, we made additional revisions because we continue to iterate the work, right? We continue to figure out and hear feedback from teachers where we need more specific guidance, where they need more supports, how their students are doing, and what additional resources are needed. So I'm not sure if that answered all of your questions. As far as, I think one of our challenges, and I know we've had this conversation several times, really trying to think about a way around this, is parent access to planning and pacing guides, because they are built in and put into our electronic repository, and then teachers then access them, but parents don't have access to our electronic repository, but they do have the ability to pull things out of there and put it into Schoology, and that's where parents would be able to access what is actually happening in their child's classroom. Our planning and pacing guides are huge, right? They're hundreds of pages, so it's not something that is able to be just out on the internet. It also contains a lot of resources that are things we've purchased and that wouldn't have access to.
And I think there's space for there to be a high-level pacing guide, just for parents to have a sense, because right now we're relying on every single teacher pulling out their different pieces, and I'm in school X, I see something differently than Carl in school Y, then Karen, who's in school Z, that sees nothing at all. I think we're hurting ourselves a little bit by putting the burden so much on every individualized teacher. So this is a place that I would definitely like to have some conversation about, but I see that my time is up, and I'll put myself on a go back. It is 12:38. We are going to stop at exactly 1 o'clock for lunch, but as we shared earlier, we have flexibility. So if your time does not come up before we get to lunch, please know we'll pick it up right when we come back. We'll do these go-back sections for 2 minutes, and we'll go right back in the order in which we have started. So Ms. Cornell, 2 minutes, and we'll start with Ms. Cohen.
Thank you. I wanted to go back, and a couple folks have kind of mentioned the executive functioning kindergarten piece. And I guess I was looking for some clarification. When I taught preschool, we did the CBERS, but I noticed in the report that it says, it references CLASS, C-L-A-S-S. I wondered if you could just explain, like, what's the difference in those two assessment tools?
Call on Ms. Pilson.
Thank you. So the CBERS is the Childhood Behavior Rating Scale. That's an observation tool that's used by the teachers to note and anecdote that information regarding children's behavior as related to executive functioning skills. The class observation is more so the observation that's done on the teacher, and the feedback and observation reports that are provided by the resource teacher and also by the state. There's the in-house observations that take place. Those are done by our central office staff twice a year, once in the fall, again in the spring. And there's also a fall and a spring observation done by state representatives that come in and do the observation for class as well. That data is examined, and feedback from that data is provided to that teacher. A resource teacher is assigned to those teachers. It provides explicit coaching around those areas for growth. So those instructional practices, the relationship practices, the engagement, the room setup, and all the intricate details of a pre-K teacher are then explored, discussed, a goal is set, and that teacher is supported so that he or she may make better practice choices as related to supporting students in the classroom. So CBERS is about the kids, class is about the adult.
So in the strategic planning work that we're doing, we're looking at a metric that talks about the CBERS specifically. And I guess a few things would be interesting to me, because I think if we could understand that metric, I don't know if it's possible to disaggregate that data by those who have attended preschool and those who haven't, when we look at our kindergarten readiness metric that we were given. And I guess the other question then is, the students with disability results in that kindergarten readiness piece. Is there, I know that this test that we use is 30 plus years old. And I just wondered about, are there any better tools for assessing kindergarten readiness? And in looking, as a teacher who's done it, and it's an always to never scale about, is your student ready to, begin the workday? Does your student complete a task in a timely manner? There's a whole series of questions. Because it's a teacher assessment, I wonder about the impact of cultural bias, but also, especially looking at the results for our students with disabilities, is there a better assessment tool when we also talk about our movement to incorporate socio-emotional learning? Do you think this is the best indicator of whether our kindergartners are ready to learn or not?
Can I jump in and just say one thing? The reason it got picked, and I'm not advocating for it being the best one, but the reason it got picked is it's because Virginia picked it as the way to look at executive functioning and assess students. So it's part of the kindergarten assessments that Virginia uses, and it was specifically what FCPS chose to use as a reflection of what was being used at the state level. not going to advocate for it as the
I-
best one.
I appreciate you saying that. I was going to do the same thing, and it's a really important point because, we have 3 different assessments that we're required to do with kindergarten students as a part of that Virginia Kindergarten Readiness, program. Adding more assessments, we have to always be really thoughtful about that because we know that there's a lot of assessment fatigue for teachers and students. So it's a great question that you're asking. Certainly, I'd welcome if Lisa has any comments on it, but that was the reason we chose that one.
Thank you, Ms. Corbett Sanders and Ms. Tolan. If you want to go back, you'll be on deck.
I will be very brief. I want to follow up on the discussion regarding the planning and pacing guides. I will tell you, I was a little surprised that they're voluntary. And I feel very strongly that when you make the planning and pacing guides voluntary, that we undermine the concept of an FCPS promise where a certain quality of education and a level of education is provided regardless of where you're at in the county. So I will encourage you, Dr. Reed, to really look at the consistent delivery of content in each of the content areas and each of the classrooms across this county, because so much of the early content is based on scaffolding. And if they don't get that foundational content at the time that they need it, then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy of certain kids not doing as well at higher levels. And so I just want to make that plea that the FCPS promise demands that we have that consistent delivery. Thank you.
So if I could just address that for a second, I really appreciate your advocacy around that, and it's something Dr. Reed and I can have more conversation around for sure. I would say it a little bit differently. I wouldn't say it's voluntary or optional. We've always communicated that our planning and pacing guides are our core curriculum. What we haven't done is we probably haven't emphasized strongly enough that they shouldn't be deviated from, and we haven't monitored necessarily the implementation of those, right? But we've never communicated that they're voluntary or that they're optional. Your points, you made some really good points about why we would want to make sure that they're used consistently. I agree with all of those. There's also a good evidence base to say that you need to have a coherent curriculum to have successful Tier 1 instruction across all of your schools. So you made some excellent points. That's something Dr. Reed and I can talk more about how maybe we re-emphasize our messaging around that. So thank you.
I appreciate your clarification. I was responding to the use of the term voluntary. I didn't pull it out of thin air.
I understand.
Ms. Tolan.
Thank you. I was following the conversation around the preschool look very closely. And so I think, Lisa, did you have an answer about the assessment that you might like?
Yes, so as a matter of fact, our project managers are meeting with principals today to talk through some different look-fors and things of that nature. So with the SIBRs, the language that's used is more, it's not definitive, like not at all. It's more beginning, working towards, or not yet versus the absolute. So do I think it's the best? This is what the state has assigned us, and we're working towards it. That information, I'm gonna put my principal hat on just for a second. Like, as a principal, that information, the data that we receive from the SIBRs, and for our kindergarten teachers to take a look at for our children that attended pre-K, that was very helpful. It was helpful data that was used whenever we grouped children together, so we didn't saturate children that were still having some maturity. They're still growing. And that information is it's useful and vital. And we also know children grow. That child that leaves school in June, sometimes they're a little different when they come back. They're a little bit more mature, or there may be some backslide and regression because during the summer they didn't have the structure in their day that they did during the school year. So that gives us, it's a measure of information that our staff can use as they're making instructional decisions and as they are also putting children together and making the best choices that they can. It's not looked at, the scoring isn't looked at from a definitive standpoint. It's more so those goals and moving towards a certain place in space for our youngest learners. Thank you.
I just wanted to also follow up on earlier conversation, although I appreciate my colleagues' poignant questions about the data around AAP. I just want to point out to everybody at the table that the data that we're looking at in this report is from FY22, so it's older data. We just implemented the changes to adding the AARTs at that same year, right? So we don't really have. We're about to do the third year. So, okay, so we don't have a lot of time, basically, that we're looking at this data. I completely agree that if we're implementing some new things, that it's good to have some metrics around it. I also think we have to keep in mind that when we start any kind of new educational program or make changes, it's not, the good news or the bad news, it's not going to show up in a couple of months. It's going to take a little while to really be able to see what's happening in the program. So I just throw that out there, that's something we need to think about. I did want to ask a little bit more about the 8th grade algebra. I just have had some conversations recently about work that maybe we need to do with teachers just to get them used to the idea that every 8th grader is ready for algebra and what they need to do to assist, the students to make sure that they're successful.
Yeah, and I would actually say the conversation about having students be ready for 8th grade algebra starts in kindergarten, right? We should be starting with that's where we want our kids to be. 8th grade algebra is where all kids will be at least, right? And so you start that conversation earlier so that's what's on people's mind, and that's the elementary curriculum that builds to that and ensures that that's what where everyone's pointed. Does that make sense? In the short term, of course, we have 7th graders and 6th graders, and I was a former math teacher, so it certainly, I was a 7th grade math teacher, and it was like, okay, make all these kids into algebra students next year. It was sort of the mindset, and so you do have to try and get teachers to think in that direction, to say, okay, what are the skills, what are the most important skills for students in grade 7 to have so they can be successful with an algebra curriculum as an 8th grader. So those are ongoing conversations that we have with our department chairs and with our mathematics teachers at the middle school level. We do have a small group of schools that have agreed to be part of a network improvement community around really looking at this as a problem of practice. We know we have open enrollment, but that's not good enough if it's resulting in the numbers that we have, right? It's easy, that's just a policy. So how do we really change the preparation, the practices, the teacher attitudes, the parent understanding, the student motivation? How do we change those things to really change our data?
Sounds like a lot of work for the math team.
We're ready for it.
The only other thing I wanted to mention is we do put our program of studies on our website. Maybe, what's the gap between that and
So I think
pacing guide?
what parents are looking for, and certainly it's a completely reasonable request, is really the scope and sequence. What's being taught, in what order, what can I expect to be seeing coming home, those kinds of things. So I think that's the difference, right? We do have all the topics, or we have the program studies, we have the content, but it's a year at a glance, as opposed to even a quarter or something that would allow families just to support more, right? And to feel like more of a partner. So it's definitely an area that we are looking at.
Thank you. To Ms. Tolan's point, are we doing ROI on AARTs and young scholars? Is that something? Are we collecting any data?
I would say that the data we're collecting is based on this report, right? So for young scholars, it's a number of programs that we have. I mean, we do some internal work with young scholars. We have like an implementation rubric that we work with schools on so they can kind of see where they are and help them continue to grow and strengthen their program, but or their use of the model, I should say. But we don't necessarily have hard data that we collect for a return on investment.
Do we think that's something that we could benefit? I mean, there's significant investments. I know we lean into them often as the solution to the AAP pipeline issue, but.
I guess what I would say is it's really difficult, I think, to think about measuring and reporting on everything, right?
Yeah.
That's where the strategic plan, I think, is really, really important. You know, when this plan was developed, at the time it was developed, these were the most important metrics and indicators that we really wanted to do comprehensive analysis, you know, with the experts that we have in the division around. We've outgrown it, right? Now it's time for us to put a new plan in place with a different view to what we want to measure. So as we develop the plan now, getting those things that are most important to the board and the community in the plan as those measures is going to be critical to our success. It doesn't mean that we won't do programmatic things internally, but it's not going to be at the same level of taking, you know, the division resources like our Office of Research and Strategic Improvement and having them measure, right? Like, so in the Instructional Services Department, we do annual program improvement plans, just like schools do annual school improvement plans. We look at those things, we collect data, but it's not at the same level of sophistication and analysis of what ORSI can do across, you know, our most important measures in the division. So as we build out that final plan, getting the right measures is going to be critical. But we can always share some of that more informal information with individual board members, for sure.
And I would add that we always have opportunities to look at ROI as we're thinking about the current programs, new initiatives, as you're establishing those short-term and long-term goals, as you're establishing outcomes for a program. If you're able to hit those particular outcomes, then you would think that your ROI would be rather high then. And so we would want to continue doing that work if we hit those outcomes. And so as we look at developing the new strategic plan, I think for us, specifically in the Office of Research and Strategic Improvement, ensuring that we have that strong foundation of ROI as we're looking at student outcomes and then developing those short-term and long-term goals.
Yeah, I'd love for us to be a little bit thoughtful around these specific investments because, again, we just put so much weight on what we were expecting of it that I'd want to rethink how we do it if it's not working. So look forward to. Yeah, go ahead.
And I appreciate your use of the term investments. As you think about, for those who have financial investments, you monitor your investments. And when
There you go.
things, when you see shifts, you choose to make different decisions with your investments. And so as we're looking at that strong foundation, it's important to look at the resources that we provide as investments and then making the best decisions when our investments aren't performing the way that we would want them to.
Absolutely, especially with limited dollars. You know, Dr. Reed, I'm hoping that that's something, maybe, you know, Dr. Presidio, you mentioned some of the informal data or information we have when we do the strategic planning, especially when we focus on the academic portion. That's something we're going to have to look at if we're identifying these as our solution to the pipeline issue. I wanted to go to better understanding. You mentioned the rollout for AAP was 2 years to be completed. Can someone just clarify further why? And I'm sensing more urgency. I would have loved for that to be ready for a strategic plan, to have that as a component of what we're doing, but.
Predominantly, the schools that are left have facilities issues, okay? So we have students who have attended the center, right, historically, and when we open a local level 4, students then have a choice. We don't know if 100% of the students will come back or none, but we need to have enough space for 100% of the students to come back and to roll. So we're working through that sort of, you know, case by case. A couple of the schools, there was a little bit, I think Dr. Presidio mentioned, the focus on pandemic recovery, they asked for a little bit more time, and those probably are in our group for next year. So we are rolling that as fast as we can, but there are some challenges that some of the schools that have facilities challenges also have immersion programs, right? So they're already at capacity. So there's just a lot of different things to juggle as we get down to these few remaining schools.
Yeah, I guess I'm struggling to understand why we don't respond to that in the same way any population issue. I mean, obviously none of us are a fan of trailers, but we do that when we're overcrowded in other places. Like, why is that slowing us down?
So that's what we are. I mean, there's other priorities as well with facilities planning, but that's why we are partnering with facilities to kind of make a plan for those last schools. And we will continue to do that. And I can get more detailed information about which schools and where they are for you all and share that.
I think that'd be helpful. I mean, we've already been doing this for several years, so to me, that 2 more years, I'd like to see it happen faster, but that's, I'd love to hear my colleagues' thoughts around that. And then the final piece is just the English learner piece. I think we've heard consensus here that there's clearly action needed, and the study screams it. So I'm wondering, first of all, I'd love to hear the status of summer school, ESOL summer school. I know we reinstituted that like 2 years ago. I don't know if it still continued or got cut. I know Dr. Brabrand had put in place, after a lot of begging and advocacy, the ESOL placeholder every year. I didn't see that translate into our previous budget conversation, so I want to elevate that and make sure that's not lost. In addition to the language and translation services piece that was put for a multi-year plan that wasn't reflected. So can someone update me on those pieces? And then clarify how that's going to be reflected in the budget that we're going to see coming forward.
Thank you.
So for ESOL summer school, we have a plan. We've continued each year to offer summer school to. Oh, I'm sorry. We've had a plan each year to offer summer school to our English learners in elementary, middle, and high school. At the middle and high school level, we've had a rather robust online summer school. So students who need in-person additional literacy and numeracy, for example, students who might be newcomers, ELP level 1 and 2 students, those students are immediately invited to in-person literacy and numeracy support at the middle school and high school level. Students who are level 3s and 4s, we've had an online summer school that all students are invited to, and that's gone on for several years. The numbers jumped a few years ago, so we had close to 1,000 students participating. And at elementary school, we use the same. We've generally had our English learners in our SOAR. I'm sorry, the names. What is it?
The core math and literacy.
The core math and literacy programs, and English learners are invited to that at each school for summer school.
And some other questions regarding placeholders? I know that Ms. Burden is not here. Dr. Reed, can you speak to any of those possible conversations that you may have had?
The budget, I don't know that we have explicitly put in placeholders for ESOL. I know that was a mid-year adjustment expectation that we're looking at.
And then we did use our ESSER dollars to accelerate adding additional positions for ESOL and have completed that work by accelerating those positions in previous budgets.
Yeah, thanks, Marty. I appreciate that. I was trying to recall I think we rolled some of those into the general fund previously, but they're not explicitly called out, to your point, Ms. Omesh.
I'd like to see that, but I know that's my time.
Yes.
Thanks.
We are now at 1:01, so we're going to take a 30-minute break, and we'll pick up with Ms. McLaughlin when we come back, because we did go a little bit longer than I expected. I thought we'd be able to get 2 speakers. So we'll finish with a round of 2 minutes when we come back, which should take us about a half hour or so, and then go into the 10-minute presentation for goal 2, and then pick up the 3-minute rounds again. Thank you. We're going to start with Ms. McLaughlin and Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Ms. Pekarsky, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, then Mr. Frisch and myself. Is there anyone who does not want to have a second round? Okay, seeing none.
Dr. Anderson, I don't need a second round. Thank you. That's Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
Oh, yes, please, Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
I don't need a second round.
Okay,
Thank you.
sounds good. Thank you so much. Ms. McLaughlin, followed by Ms. Pekarsky.
Okay, I will be asking Dr. to read some questions, but I'll make some quick comments first. To my colleagues about honors courses purpose, I just want to share with you my deep concerns that I hope this school system's focus is that honors courses serve a purpose for students who have high academic ability and interest for rigorous learning. It isn't just simply whether you have a passion for it or not, because some students may not have discovered their passion for math yet, but if they have strong aptitude, then we want to stretch and encourage that. But we also know for every single child, the more that we can prepare them for advanced learning, it prepares them for those goals, particularly if they want to be heading off to college. In terms of grades versus tests and that lack of sometimes alignment or, I want to again emphasize that none of us believes in standardized, one-time standardized testing is the benchmark of everything, but it is our external measure. And as we're trying to ensure from classroom to classroom, school to school, and the division as a whole, if students are getting high grades, A's and B's, but they can't pass a baseline state level standards of learning test, it's just a way for us to identify there's an issue. So I think we need to look at that a little more deeply. And then, Dr. Reed, I would just say that I would like for you to speak a little bit about where my concerns rest with return on investment assessment for each and every program we do, services we provide, shouldn't be based on whether it's a metric in a strategic plan. It's been my understanding on multiple boards, we've asked the division that that's a best practice of delivery of services, period, the end. So if you could speak to that a little bit, I'd appreciate it.
So thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. It is, of course, a best practice, and in particular, as we move into a tighter and tighter budget time ahead, with limited resources, we have to expend those resources as thoughtfully as possible, and the best way to know that is by looking at evaluation, program evaluation. I also think we talked a little bit today in Cabinet about time and how we spend our time. And I think that time may be our most valuable resource, what we can provide professional development about, what data we have time to really thoughtfully look at and make actionable. So there's no question we need to have robust program evaluations. I know that Dr. Presidio's department, Courtney White in the Title I, and I can't remember your gentleman that is the avid person, is it Eric? So Eric and Courtney and Lynette Henry, I think there are one or two others. Maybe Jen, were you part of that? We're thinking about an avid pilot through a pyramid. But one of the things we talked about, and I was really proud of the staff because they recognized the need to let's set a baseline of data now before we move forward with implementing a program of escalation of AVID, because AVID provides that high support for the high expectations we have. But the staff was really on top of the need to have a program, a baseline data, and then an evaluation plan, rather than spend a couple years doing it and then trying to figure out an evaluation to match the results we want, right? So I know we know how to do that work, and I think as we come out of the pandemic and just kind of get our muscle memory back for best practice, we'll be all over that. Yeah, you bet.
Thank you. Ms. Pekarsky?
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to talk a little bit, I guess, about the math. We all know that, after the pandemic, that has shown some of the biggest gaps. And I know that a lot of our teachers have been trained, I read it in there too, and I heard it from my own schools actually, on AVMR. And they're finding it, the feedback, at least to me, has been that they're finding it very, very helpful. So Not everybody has been trained, but almost everybody? Is it?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we've been working on getting everyone trained for several years now. It's not something we can do ourselves. We have to work with the company. We do have some in-house trainers, but it has to be done. We can't do a mass everybody at one time, so we are working on it. I can't remember. I think last year we did about 800 additional people. So I mean, every year we're adding hundreds of people.
That's great.
Mhm.
Okay. Hopefully that'll help. But I did want to share that I have heard really positive things about that from multiple places. One of the things that I always worry about, we go in, we see schools, visits, and I don't want to say over-reliance, but the usage of some of these online math programs that are, being used in class. And I guess I'd like to understand, what is the guidance on that? I understand at home, like that's a great resource. But in class, when we know math is so, hands-on, and that's your opportunity to kind of get in there and have those, activities, I just worry about the over-reliance on some of these programs right now. So if you could please speak to that.
Yeah, I think that's fair, right? I mean, coming out of the pandemic, prior to the pandemic, we really didn't embrace these kinds of tools at all, right? And then during the pandemic, it was a lifesaver a bit. So as we come out of the pandemic, what does that look like? Home use is definitely something that, as we've purchased technology for kids, and it's really great to have something for them to use. But during the school, for the math software, what we're typically seeing, and I haven't had the pleasure of being in the classrooms with you, but is as part of a math workshop. So you're working on with the teacher part of the time, you're working independently part of the time you might be working on ST Math or another program. But so usually that's what we would see as sort of part of a rotation. So it would be a limited amount of time, not a whole class sort of. We're all going to sit down and do, I'll use ST Math, or not the whole class, not the entire time of the class. So it's an instructional tool.
I've seen both, so
Okay.
I will just give
Yeah.
you that feedback.
No, that's
And,
good to know.
I know we've always been very, relaxed when it comes to giving guidance on technology and limits and et cetera, but it's just, math is just, you all know, math is just so important when it comes to those tactile experiences that I am worried, especially when we are looking at those gaps, and we need to utilize that time extremely efficiently. Another question that I have is regarding the applied diplomas. So I think the data point was 11% of our students. No, she said 11. So I guess, I don't know if Dr. Boyd, you can speak to that. I mean, that seems kind of high, but applied diplomas limit your options post-graduation so much that I'm trying to kind of understand in context relative to our population, their needs, and other systems.
Sure. So, and thank you for the question. So approximately, or the expectation is generally approximately 1% of your students with disabilities would be students with significant cognitive disabilities. And so those are students, as we all know, aligned with the Virginia Essentialized Standards, formerly known as Aligned Standards of Learning. However, one of the components for the Applied Studies Diploma is outlined by the state. It doesn't limit the Applied Studies Diploma to just that student population. By definition, it's available to students with disabilities who don't meet other diploma requirements. And so sometimes, and again, I can speak to my experience as a special ed case manager at the table. Sometimes either the student has advocacy and or family have advocacy to want to pursue that diploma type in conjunction with other diploma types if there's concern that the student, so sometimes you'll see, multiple diploma types checked, standard and applied studies, in case, Michelle doesn't meet those requirements, but Michelle just said When Sloan, who is my counterpart, when he's done, I'm done, even though we know students can stay through 22. And so oftentimes it's incumbent upon us to remain engaged with that student and that student's family to talk to them about ways to access those standards. We have a lot of things now with credit accommodations and alternate means for getting those verified credits. So I would just say that we just have to continue those conversations, but most importantly, to the piece that you uplifted, make sure that the student and the student's family understand the parameters around what that applied studies diploma means. We want to be careful as to not place judgment or value to say, you shouldn't do that because colleges don't accept that. We don't want to make that, because we want to prepare all of our students to have the options to go to post-secondary education, a world of work, armed forces, et cetera. But just making sure that they know what might be some limitations or what might be some things they can't access immediately.
Thank you. And we'll put you for a go back, Ms. Pekarsky. I know, we kind of went over there quite a bit. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser and then Mr. Frisch.
I'll pick up right on that one. So 11%, I apologize, I missed that number when I was out of the room. So 11% when the federal goal was 1%. And I understand the state allows us to do differently, but that doesn't mean it's the correct thing to do. So what I want to put out there is how well, and I think I heard you say, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that some of it is families don't want their kid to stay longer or access other things. But I often hear from families that they're not aware of the special permission locally awarded verified credit that's available to their student to get that verified credit. That even I've talked to principals, I've talked to case managers who are not aware of the SPLVAC. So I wonder how much do our families, and even the locally awarded verified credit, how much do our families know that there are options to get that verified credit? And then how much do our families, and I think this feeds right back to the comments I've made about how do we look at transition plans in that 4 to 6 year plan, because how much do families know, wait a second, I can access Davis, Pulley, or STEP and still allow my child to work towards a standard diploma? Because I think what I'm hearing is families who want their children to access the post-secondary training options that they have available under federal law that we provide wonderfully, that they kind of feel like they have to choose between getting their student to that standard diploma that opens up all these doors when they leave us and accessing Davis, Pulley, and STEP. And that's why we might be at 11% as opposed to 1%. So what are we going to do to help our parents and families and case managers plan a 4 to 6 year path for students so they don't have to choose? And that's, what are we going to do?
Thank you for that question. So I think, it's the statement that's said about any number of questions that you can ask. In some places, that might very well be the case where folks aren't informed and they're unclear. In other cases, it's totally the opposite, where they are informed, they do have access and all of those things and are aware of those. So again, making sure that we continue to have implementation fidelity, and is one of the things that we're talking about, just looking at how we make sure that those expectations are reinforced systemically. And those some of the partnership that we talked about engaging in with the region office about a number of things. Also, as we talk about the diploma type, we just remember that, those IEP teams guide that. And so while theoretically we know it's that 1% of the student population who realistically would probably need to access the applied studies, but we have to engage in those team decisions. But certainly we'll continue to work to make sure people are informed about the various pathways to achieving a standard or advanced studies diploma.
Thank you. And I'll just add that one of them, I think the crucial points is at middle school, to make sure that our case managers and teams really understand all those options at middle school. But we only have 2 employment transition resource teachers for all of the middle schools in Fairfax County. And so I would say we need at least 1 per region to help train those case managers so they can have those robust conversations, so families have full awareness that they don't have to choose. And I'll probably need, if we have time, to go back, but because I didn't actually get to my question. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Frisch does not need a turn, so I will take my turn, and then we'll transition formally to goal report 2. But if you have questions that still pertain to the first report, you're free to ask them as well during that portion. Earlier, Dr. Presidio, you talked about how the planning guides are not, they're not optional, but no one is monitoring them. Whose responsibility would that be?
So a lot
For
of
the
these-
monitoring.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of these things, in terms of implementation at the school, would fall under the purview of the principal to monitor, to make sure that those things are being implemented consistently within their schools. I did have a side conversation. I don't think she's here anymore. Becky Baining in Region 5 had mentioned that, she's very clear of the expectation to use the planning and pacing guides in her region, and that is something that she monitors in terms of her conversations with principals about whether or not that's something they're monitoring in their schools. So, I mean, I think there's always mutual accountability, but in terms of the on-the-ground implementation, the person that would be best situated to have that information would be the school principal.
Well, I'm hoping that this conversation will then raise an additional conversation to be had with the school leadership. Also, in terms of the pacing guides, I've talked on and on about how they used to be available for parents and now they're pulled. Where are we moving on from here? Are we going to stay at status quo? Are we going to find something in between what you have, which is highly detailed, attached to a lot of resources? How can we bring in parents into this part of the conversation to collaborate and support their students?
So I've had beginning conversations with Miss Eddy, our Director of Curriculum Instruction, and she's working with a small team to try and come up with some sort of tool, visualization that could be posted so that parents would have more of a scope and sequence, what's expected by the main courses, the 4 core, across the elementary grades.
Can anybody speak as to why they were pulled originally when they had been available before?
I'm not really sure what was available before. That's what I'm not really clear what you might be referring to when you say that.
We've had this problem ever since I've been in the division in terms of the right level of information and detail that we can share with parents. And in addition to some of the challenges that Noelle's mentioned, is a lot of those documents are also linked to other documents, right? So, I mean, there's just an awful lot of complexity with what's going on. But we've never had anything, I don't think, that ever really quite hit the mark. So as Noelle said, her team is going to be working to see if we can get the right set of materials that would be most responsive and helpful to parents.
Well, anything would be better than nothing, because right now we do have that gap. I want to go back to the conversation regarding local level 4s. You mentioned that there were some schools that were not yet there. I thought I understood it that this was a 3-year program, and now we're in the 3rd year. But did you say that we needed an additional 2 years to bring the rest of those schools along?
So I
To
can
make it a 5-year?
It will take some more time to bring schools on because of the facilities challenges. It's not a will, like of the schools to be able to start the program, but the buildings do not have enough space to accommodate the kids coming back. So we're working through those on one by one with facilities. I'm giving us 2 years. I mean, hopefully we can do more next year and move that along faster, but it is a challenge.
I'm struggling with the fact that the board conversation and directive was that this plan would be 3 years. And absent this conversation, we would not have known of those schools that were not going to be able to meet that 3-year timeline.
So, yeah, I would agree.
There's a huge lack of communication there. And we just weren't even informed. I'm working in my mind in 3 years, and this is the conversation I'm having in the community. In 3 years, we will all be there. This is year 3, and now we're saying we need 2 more years without any communication. That's a little bit of a blindside, and I don't think it puts us in the right place to communicate with the community accurately at all.
So I can work on a communication to help with that. I do apologize for that lack of communication, but if it would be some talking points and some clarity for you all of where we are, and then see what we can do to expedite that outcome.
Most importantly, which schools? I can gather which schools these are, but I don't want to be right.
So it's a variety of schools. As I said, many of them are our immersion schools, and not our school-based immersion, but our lottery-based immersion, because of they're already having kids from from out of boundary come to their school buildings. So some of it's just program conflicts. So we've got to figure out how to make it work.
Dr. Reed, did you want to say something? I know you.
Well, I was just trying to I just want to verify this was year 3, number one. And then secondly, my apologies for the lack of communication, and I'll work with staff on what both the current 3-year plan looks like and what an extension might mean and how we might best communicate about it.
Thank you. My last question, Ms. Klemenko, I know you talked a little bit earlier in terms of how hard it is to show causality. Well, impossible to show causality, but difficult to show correlations between strategies that have been utilized and the goals and the outcomes that we have in mind. But I do think it's a place to start. When we start, we have to be able to talk about this. Otherwise, why are we doing the things that we're doing? And we know we're doing a lot of things. But as we are introducing something and maybe taking away another practice, we need to hone in to determine the effectiveness of each of those strategies. Other than that, it's like one big bucket and nobody can figure out what's doing what's having what impact. And that's my time. And I will now turn it over. If you want to speak to that in any way, please feel free.
No, I
Otherwise,
certainly have heard that as a thread throughout this conversation around return on investment and, how we were really evaluating what we're doing. So thank you for those comments.
Before we get started, if everybody could put their placards down just so that we're reset for this conversation. If you want to put them right back up immediately, that's fine. But, excuse me. So we're going to get started with the Goal 2 report, the brief introduction, followed by board participation. Folks should feel free to address either Goal 1 or Goal 2 in their comments. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Frisch, and I'll be extremely brief. Again, we're coming with Goal 2 to talk about caring culture that really focuses on 2 elements, the welcoming environment and healthy life choices. There, again, as a reminder, were some elements that we could not report on due to lack of a particular assessment or survey being given or a change in that particular instrument. But one of the pieces that has continued to be of importance in discussion with school-based leaders, I know as you engage with our families, really has been around our discipline and our looking at those disruptive and disorderly behaviors in school. As a celebration, we have made improvements in that area as we look at our last year compared to the last year that we were fully in the brick and mortar setting, and so we were able to decrease the percent of disruptive behaviors by 6%. With that, we also want to be transparent about our data needs to share that while we've decreased in that disruptive or disorderly bucket, if you will, some other behaviors have emerged that are more significant in terms of physical altercations with our students, between students, and so we don't want to present a skewed version. We know that the disruptive and disorderly was the focus of this plan, but as we talk about overall improvement and improving our environment, we want to make sure that we are having a comprehensive and holistic discussion. Also, as shared earlier in the Goal 1, we also are looking at various subgroups and how our discipline as it relates to disruptive and disorderly and other subgroups, how some of our subgroups are disparately impacted, and also how our goals around caring culture, our goals around our welcoming environment potentially may impact that setting about our students and our families feeling respected at school, and then also looking at our behavior and our outcomes. So with that, we will open it up for questions. We can certainly dive through the report, as I know that folks are anxiously anticipating some questions that they want to discuss. And so I turn it back over to you, Mr. Frisch.
All right, we will get started with Ms. Corbett-Sanders, followed by Ms. Cohen.
Thank you. I want to kind of go back to our earlier discussion on the pacing and scope, or the scope and sequencing guidelines, and why I believe that it needs to be more transparent and shared with families, particularly as we look at our parents as our educational partners. Then to be an educational partner, you actually need to know what the education's all about. And so I would hope that we would do everything in our power, and I would like a time frame by which we are going to address not only elementary school, because oftentimes we say parents, we see parents disengaging in middle and high school, but it's probably more important than any other time in their children's lives to be engaged and to be supportive of their educational journey, which as part of those sequencing, we should have a discussion about, here are the things you can do to support your child in this part of the curriculum. So now I'm going to transition yet again to the discussion about the Applied Studies Diploma and how that pivots off of that educational partnership with parents, and probably more so than anywhere else. And I'm a little concerned that we are not doing everything in our power to ensure that parents understand the impact of pursuing one type of diploma or another. And as Chair Sizemore-Heiser mentioned, we really need to start this process in middle school. So I would urge that as part of that process, and I have never been intimately involved, so I apologize, I will probably bungle what I'm offering, but the concept of having as the post-IEP of where we have decisions and parents sign on to it is, and this is the impact of pursuing this process, and this is what avenues are open, and these are the avenues that may be foreclosed or closed off as a result of one strategy or another. And having that as attached to every single IEP starting in middle school going forward, then it ensures that the conversation is had as well as there's the documentation of it. Now I'd like to go on to the Goal 2 report, and I am going to need to go back because I would like to talk about 3 areas, and I don't think I have enough time. One is an update on the restraint and seclusion, because that does contribute, that is a mainstay of our discipline process and one that we need to, this board voted to get rid of it, and I'd like the public to understand where we're at on that. The second is, where do you see, we were talking about behaviors post-COVID. We know that there's a large issue associated with chronic absenteeism. I'd like to talk about that. And I can give you the third point so that if another, and the last area is social emotional learning and how scaffolding and a more intentional approach to social emotional learning will impact the concerns over our discipline process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corbett-Sanders, for those questions. And as you were talking, I'm opening different reports. And so just give me one moment to, I'll share some updated data with you regarding where we are with restraint and seclusion. But just to share at a high level, we are posting on board docs at the end of each marking period. It's posted approximately 2 weeks after the marking period where we are as it relates to the number of restraints and seclusions within our schools. That data is disaggregated by student subgroup, and also an update on where we are in terms of implementation of our behavior education program or plan, which again is supportive of in increasing our school culture and climate, specifically reducing being proactive in addressing potential behaviors, also making sure that it builds staff's capacity to intervene without the implementation of restraint and seclusion. And so I'll share with you in a moment when I pull up that data, but that Q1 report is posted to board docs. Also, I know you spoke, is that along the lines of what you're looking for, Ms. Corbett-Sanders? Just want to make sure.
It begins to address it, but the issue is this board was very intentional in ensuring that we get rid of restraint and seclusion. And so therefore, where it is occurring, what are we doing to address those concerns? What are we doing from a professional development point of view? What are we doing from a behavioral support point of view? What are we doing to ensure that we honor the commitment that this board had in getting rid of those practices?
Correct. And so again, that behavior education professional development plan is really responsive to that. Our partnership with Dr. Green, not only is it the PD, but he's really working closely with potentially our CSS sites, our public separate schools, and also other target classes where we have some concerns about how to work better to support students. And so there's a variety of we have a tiered plan, and I know I don't have time to explain that tiered plan on today, but that is what's occurring, and we are monitoring that data. We meet quarterly with our RAS. We're talking about implementation fidelity. We do have somebody that monitors any reports of restraint and/or seclusion to look at what was the circumstance. Was there something else that could have been done? If there was a restraint, was it in compliance with our policy? And then there's follow-up with that respective school and also that respective region office. And so it is something that is being a living, breathing document and work.
The other two questions for addressing were around chronic absenteeism and SEL intentional approaches around that.
Thank you so much for that prompt, Mr. Frisch. I appreciate it. So we do have Maria Genova, who's here in the back, to talk with us if we need some additional details, but we are continuing to work on our social emotional learning in the division through our morning meeting and advisory periods with our 3 CASEL practices. We're working to be more intentional, as you know, and I know you're anticipating and saying, well, is it really working? What's the return on investment? That's been our theme. We know that some of the feedback that we've received is that our schools want an SEL curriculum because persons are in different places and implementing practices. Certainly, we know that's a budgetary component, and again, we're trying to balance and prioritize the many requests and demands as we look to what would be the best thing to support our students. And so we are examining that. We do have a team that has a proposal, but again, there are some budgetary parameters around identifying a division-wide or even division-wide by level SEL curriculum. So that's some additional work. And then our chronic absenteeism, we do have staff that are working to support our students who are having challenges with coming to school daily, whether to identify, again, that root cause, what's the piece that's inhibiting their attendance, and really working closely with those families. In fact, our attendance team have shared a report with me that I'm happy to pull up and share in more depth with the board about the work in that area, but we do know that that's a focus. While it's one of the deliverables in our report, we want to know that that data here is really more skewed and attributes to that isolation and quarantine, as I'm sure you've noted, that we have a significant decrease in the number of schools that increase in the number of schools that have students with chronic absenteeism. So just want to identify that anomaly there.
The last one.
So it's really working on the applied studies diploma and being much more intentional about the starting in middle school with families for them to understand what the impact is, and also to provide the supports in a way that says, okay, right now you may think this is the only alternative.
Did you have a question you wanted them to answer around that?
So the question is, what are you doing to ensure, or is it possible for us to have a more intentional approach of working with families beginning in middle school on the impact?
Absolutely. So the short answer, I'll be brief, is yes, and we'll be sure to follow up with you about some of those action items.
Thank you.
All right, up next we have Ms. Cohen, followed by Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you. I wanted to just, speaking of the chronic absenteeism that we reference, in the packet of information that we got for the strategic plan, the chronic absenteeism rate is broken down over 3 years and across different subgroups and then across region. And one area that I thought was really interesting, I mean, of course, understandably, students who are experiencing homelessness tend to be more chronically absent than students who are not. But what I did notice is the difference in the regions. So like Region 2, for example, had 138 kids who were experiencing homelessness with a chronic absenteeism rate of 32%. But for example, Region 4 had 63 kids, so less than half of that, and had a chronic absenteeism rate of 60%. So I just wondered about maybe deeper dive at some point for us, and foster care was different. But the difference in the region, is it merely, that Region 2 has more walking accessibility to schools that Region 4 doesn't have? Is there some aspect of like more families who participate in school-age childcare that, I think it'd be so interesting for us to learn, is there something we can be doing differently with any of our students, where one region, it is significantly different than another? Again, geography, obviously we can't change, but I think we'd love to know a little more about that. I guess another, the zero discipline behavior referrals, obviously I was not on the board when we came up with that as a metric. My fear in practice is that has become, it disincentivizes using a procedure that, if we feel confident in how we are administering it, I think the pressure that it puts on administrators and teachers not to make those referrals for behavior, I worry about that system. Like, again, the question that we ask, are we solving the problem, or are we just changing the data?
And thank you for that question. I've certainly made a note to dig deeper into why our chronic absenteeism looks different in different places. One of the things, because again, remember, for this particular piece, it just rests within a small sliver of our discipline data around that disruptive and disorderly. And we do know that our schools are in different places in terms of thoughts and philosophy around entering discipline, particularly at the elementary level. And so we, as many of you know, that we've implemented that discipline referral system, and we've given schools some more guidance on what are things that are classroom managed, staff managed, that, Mrs. Pekarsky, third grade teacher, really should be able to handle within her room, right? And that doesn't constitute a referral, versus something that's office managed and really does constitute an office referral and entering it into our student disciplinary system. And so we're providing some additional guidance to make sure that when we're looking at data across regions, across pyramids, across schools, we're really looking at apples to apples instead of apples to bananas or apples to tomatoes about that data. But what we certainly don't want to do is give the impression that we're saying don't enter discipline data, because it's not always a punitive thing. It's an opportunity for us to indicate what are the things that we're doing to support, Mr. Frisch, who's having challenges with keeping his hands to himself. He's hitting kids. You're in my vision. So you're my example today. It's normally Little Sloan. So those types of things, where we can also see what are the things that we're doing first, so that we're not, looking at exclusionary practices, but we can really look to see we're doing student conferences, we're using restorative practices, we're bringing in a family, we're having counseling. What are those things? And so we're just working again on that mind shift. And it's tough too, because again, with our system, you can see referrals on the parent side. And sometimes when you're talking about a little one, so I'll use little Michelle, I'm a kindergartner, so it's challenging to say if you're saying Michelle's fighting or Michelle's assaulting someone, because those words are tough to hear, right? And they just may be applying the definition. And so just having those conversations about, it's really to see how we can help and support, and also make sure that we're keeping everybody safe.
And I would argue the same thing with the use of BIMs. I think that people feel like, oh, if it's not going to be founded, we're not going to put it. And it's like, no, this is important for establishing patterns. It's important for patterns of the person accused, but also the accuser. I mean, all of that goes into it. So we don't want to disincentivize reporting mechanisms or structures. I know that was not the intended consequence, but I feel like a little bit it has. Another question I had, it references in here the 4 schools are using NIC, and I wondered what 4 schools are using that, and do we have some data on why those 4 schools were selected?
In a couple of minutes, I can pull up what those 4 schools are, but I can tell you that that's the network improvement community, and those 4 schools were identified based on their risk ratios with discipline disproportionality. And while there's that work being going on with the NIC for those 4 schools, there's also division-wide work that we're doing with a reducing disproportionality core team and steering committee for all schools as we look at the data, building that discipline dashboard. And so those 4 schools are in partnership with Mason that group is working with, but we're intentionally looking at all schools. And also when we talk about what are we going to do differently, really having a team of folks to go out and say, hey, we're seeing some gap groups here in schools that have similar demographics, and we're not seeing those gaps at another school. Let's go in and see what's happening differently in one place than another, providing some feedback and creating opportunities for schools to collaborate that are similarly situated. Because we know it's easy to say, well, you know, Melanie's school is different than mine and things like that. So that's what that's about.
That's helpful. And I would love a go back.
We have Ms. McLaughlin, followed by Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
Great, thank you. I do want to go back to the planning and pacing guide question again. I know we keep hammering at it, but I think the responses Dr. Reed are continuing to give me some concern. I very much agree with Dr. Presidio that we have to be judicious, we have to be strategic and laser focused about what amount of information we bring to families. No question about it. We can't bring the sun and moon and stars. But I don't think it's unreasonable for the school division to provide a high-level summary that says, for the year, this is going to be, you know, the planning and pacing guide of the topics that we're going to cover and the, you know, the way that parents can, again, be engaged and part of that partnership that we know provides for student success. So I think it would be very helpful to look at the history of this in the division, what we've been able to provide in the past. And I wanted to reassure staff that we're trying to be really mindful of where your capacity of time is. But sometimes I think we aren't very strategic about how we use our time. And I think we can go into the weeds on some things and give it to our families, and they're inundated with emails all the time. And I don't know that we're giving them the mission critical information that they want. The other thing that, looking at the Portrait of a Graduate metric that's in there, again, is someone who was here from the very beginning, that wasn't created so we would then have an artificial measure of it. I don't disagree with the intent, but overall, I don't agree with how we then tried to create this sort of quantitative measure. The whole point was that infused in every course of study from the time a child's in kindergarten through senior year. Are we helping them as they learn the content to be critical thinkers and creative and, you know, great communicators? So it was never meant to be a metric that we would then, as we're hearing from some of our students and families and our teachers, which is it's just one more thing to train teachers on and then to squeeze in and find a way. And so I would suggest, again, with you being new to the division, that maybe you guys revisit that conversation at cabinet, because I as one board member certainly never said go create POG presentations and that's how we're going to assess it. And I haven't heard good things about the pilot. And so rather than spend more time doing it, let's think of a better way to ensure fidelity to the Portrait of a Graduate. And I will just note, since my colleague next door got a little time there, absolutely without question, planning and pacing guides cannot be voluntary of any way, shape, or form. And I think we need to have you and your team go back and really drill down to what that was in today's conversation and how we make sure there's clarity for the board and the public that that is not the case. So were you going to comment to that?
Just yes, ma'am. Got it. Yeah.
I do want to say, though, I appreciate your comments about not losing the forest for the trees with Portrait of a Graduate, right? And being overly fixated on like the measurement. I definitely agree with that. I think we, as a academics office, appreciate the sentiment around that. We did create that measure because at the time there was board discussion that we needed to have a measure of it, right? So we came up with like the type of measure that made the most sense. But I don't want to leave this conversation with you saying that you haven't heard any good things about the Portrait of a Graduate presentations of learning, because I've heard a lot of good things about them. And I want to make sure that I'm sharing that information with the board. And I tried to do that in Academic Matters a couple weeks ago in the board meeting. The students that participate in those, the teachers that participate in those and have the opportunity to reflect on the growth, that's the value of that exercise. Just as you say, it's not about scoring it and giving it a numerical weight and averaging that out and comparing it to other populations. That's stuff that we could let go of for sure. But that experience for students to actually have the ability to present their learning, show artifacts of their learning, and reflect on what they're learning, that is really transformative work that we do want to continue. And there's a lot of positive feedback about that part.
I agree, but be careful that the report that you provided us shows major gaps by subgroups, so I wouldn't say it's showing good things. I really appreciate what you said.
No, I understand, and I agree with you.
Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, followed by Ms. Tolan.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I wanted to pick up a little bit on some of the caring culture. And I know this is a report that's a little old in some of the data, and it's based on our metrics from a strategic plan, and we're in the process of sort of re-engaging with our strategic plan. So I think my thoughts are probably more on how to look at things going forward as opposed to really digging into this. But a couple of things I wanted to bring up is I noticed our metric around staff wellness. It was really focused on the accessing the EAP program. And while I think the EAP program is a great resource for our staff, when I talk to staff, what I hear a lot about is burnout and workload. And so I think when we're looking at staff wellness, as we're looking going forward, again, not disputing what you provided here, but looking going forward, how do we look at staff wellness maybe more holistically and what can be measured? Like, I understand why this is here, but how do we quantify, if we can, what I'm hearing from burnout and workload? And this kind of goes a little bit back to one of the things I didn't have a chance to talk about for the Goal 1 report was there's a lot of talk about PD for staff. And I hear over and over again from staff a sort of PD overload. And we've talked in other work sessions about fidelity of implementation as opposed to more PD. And understanding PD has, of course, a major role in fidelity of implementation. I just would like to get a sense, maybe in a staff wellness, what does our PD look like in comparison to before? What is our so just food for thought as we're looking at these metrics. How do we measure them in a way that gets to the experience of the staff as opposed to a resource they're accessing? So I want to put, and it's similar, I had a similar thought with the metric around cultural responsiveness that we have. And again, just thoughts going forward. When we talk about cultural responsiveness, we have the amount of equity staff and equity training, we have staff that we have trained from our equity team, and I think that's really good. But I kind of like to see more around what equity initiatives are we consistently expecting, maybe as part of SIPs, and there may be there, but reporting is part of our strategic plan, right? If that's infused in our plan, what initiatives do we expect schools to have, and what are we seeing? I understand why discipline referrals is, of course, an important part of cultural responsiveness, because we've had disparities in discipline referrals in the past, and this is an important metric. But I would love to see, I'm not even sure what, but around how welcome do our various demographics feel and our populations feel. And the fact that they're not being disciplined is disproportionate is part of it, but how do we then measure the welcoming aspect of it? And I don't have an answer, so I'm asking you a question I don't have an answer to, but I think when we're looking at cultural responsiveness, I mean, there was the incident that happened at, the palace in England, of, right, where are you from, where are you from? And I was at the Strategic Planning Core meeting, and I said to my table, that happens to me multiple times a month. And a student who is also of South Asian background said, yeah, me too. Well, how do we measure that? I don't know, but I think that's a conversation to have. I know my time is up, and there's not really a question. I just wanted to put some thoughts out there.
Thank you. Ms. Tolan, followed by Ms. Pekarsky.
Thank you. I want to go back to a number of topics. I want to go back to, I'm happy to follow Laura Jane on the disruptive behavior. So wanted to hear a little bit more. I'm, hearing exactly what you were saying, that maybe our numbers are a little bit lower, but the intensity of the behavior that we're seeing this year is maybe more than we had before. Can you talk a little bit about how you are tracking this now and how you're working with principals, at all levels? I'm hearing a lot of it in middle school and high school. How are you working with these principals and the school-based staff to handle this and make sure everyone is safe?
Thank you. Yes, so we are, providing, first engaging with our region offices. And so on Thursday, I believe it's Thursday, all the days this week are running together, but engaging in a discipline data dialogue about our first quarter data that not only looks at overall discipline data and exclusionary practices, but also looks at disproportionality by student subgroup to engage in conversations, looking at data by region, sharing with them the discipline dashboard, school level discipline dashboard that is being what's developed, just trying to put some final touches on it so that they will understand what resources will be available for their schools, that their school teams, their school MTSS teams, I know that's also a buzz acronym for the year, will be able to look at so that we can not only look at decreasing student discipline referrals, because that's the goal, but really making sure, again, closing those gaps for those groups that we know have been disproportionately represented in our discipline data, i.e. students with disabilities, students with economic disadvantage, Black students, Hispanic students, and our students with who English is not their first language. And so looking at those groups, so that's the work that we're doing, and also trying to be more intentional about, again, as we see, because we're good at pulling data for the most part. We can pull data, we can pull reports, we can identify, who are the folks, but then it's the so what. And so this year, really trying to move into the so what realm of how we provide support, and are also being very clear on expectations as well around behavior supports and tier 1 supports to provide for kids, so that as we're working with those intensive things, it really should be a smaller group. If we have larger groups of kids that are having disciplinary issues at a school, it's more indicative that there are some expectations and universal practices challenges there.
So you mentioned this data dashboard. Is that something new or enhanced?
Yes, so that will be, it's something that began being crafted last year, but has been revised, and we've gotten some feedback that'll be available in EDSL, so that schools are able to really spend more time on the so what as opposed to trying to figure out the data.
That sounds good. I do want to talk a little bit more too about the SEL work. We started using that screener just about a year ago, I think, to get that baseline. Schools are very clear that this is just our first round about this. It's a baseline. So now we've had several iterations of it. How are you seeing, or do you have information about how this, and we're reporting to parents, how are parents receiving this, and, how useful, I guess, is this resource? And how are schools handling the data that they're getting? I'm hearing a little bit that they're getting so much data, sometimes it's hard to be able to react to all of it effectively. I would just like to hear what you're doing around that.
Sure. So I'm going to call Ms. Genova, and as she comes forward, just to share that, yes, so we are in year 2, I believe it is, of the SEL screener. And we did a fall and mid-year and spring administration on last year, and this year have reduced it to a fall and spring administration. We know that, just as for folks' memory, we know that folks were last year in the infancy stages, and we're still growing. I guess we're toddler stages now in terms of how do we look at this data. We always make it a caveat that that's yet one data point. It's not the data point. It's yet one data point as we look at how we provide supports to our students overall. Do we see trends and themes in our school at a particular grade level or across the building that really could inform our tier 1 practices? And then what might be some additional pieces that we're looking at in addition to that, to say that, Michelle needs some more individualized supports. And we do share those reports with both schools and families, but I'll let Ms. Genova, who is our SEL coordinator, speak a little bit more about that in detail.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd, and thank you, Ms. Tolan, for the question. So we are, as Dr. Boyd said, in a place where we're really just starting to establish baseline for what our students' strengths and needs are around SEL. And the screener itself does a great job looking at skills and competencies, but also gives us a lot of good information about how the students feel they're being supported in their school environment, as well as their general well-being. And the nice thing about that screener is it's grades 3 through 12, but it's all student voice. So it's from them, their perspective about their own strengths and needs, which we then triangulate with other data sources to really pinpoint. We have 3 data points now for most of our students. So again, we're just trying to get baseline not only as a division, but also as individual schools and for individual students. I would say broadly, we're doing best in the area of supports and environment. We have a little bit more work to do around well-being, but that said, things are relatively even across those big 3 domains. And we haven't necessarily seen, which is corroborated by other data, right, that we haven't necessarily seen tremendous growth in those 3 domains over the start of fall 2021 to fall 2022. Having said that, when we ask our schools to use that data, all of our schools have an SEL screener lead who gets pretty extensive training around data literacy, how to understand the screener, and also how to use the screener in the context of other sources of information like attendance and behavior data so they can triangulate that and look for patterns. So they do come to trainings. We've provided a number of data dialogues, and the SEL team remains available to push to individual schools to do coaching and consultation with them alongside our behavior wellness resource teachers, for example, from MTSS. You had asked about parents. So we do, after every screening window, send a report home to families so that they understand what their child's individual needs might be or strengths might be based on their students' own perception. So that information goes out regularly. And we also have a family guide that's available to parents to help them do a deeper dive to understand what the questions actually mean, supports that might be helpful to use at home in addition to a webinar, and again, remain available for consultation. But we do expect that schools are developing individualized plans for students based on needs that they would be communicating with families about.
I do know there's a video, or maybe that's a webinar you're talking about, that the Parent Resource Center has for parents. I have it on my list of things to watch. It's supposed to be excellent.
Oh, good.
So I appreciate that resource for our families. And I appreciate the triangulation of the data. That is something I hadn't thought about before. I appreciate that. Okay, a couple of other points I do want to make. I also have been hearing really very good things about the POG poll work that's going on, and plan to do a number of school visits over the beginning of the year just to see exactly what's happening there, and have been hearing from parents too, anecdotal excitement about how their student growth and communication, for example, they're seeing in other places, outside of school. So excited to see where that is going. I think the interesting thing about it is it's about growth, student growth. Sloan mentioned that, and I think that's a little bit different. I mean, we do have in here a metric specifically for portrait of a graduate attributes, which is a little bit different. I think we're sort of evolving forward in how we're looking at this. So I'm not sure where this metric originally came from, if it wasn't a board thing. But it's in here in the goal report. So anyway, I'll be happy to report back what I hear as I'm visiting schools next spring or next semester. I did want to ask about, out of time.
Your time is up. All right. Thank you, Ms. Tolan. Ms. Pekarsky, followed by Ms. Omesh.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate a few people talking, and I'll just loop back very quickly about the applied studies diploma. So my personal opinion is 11% is way too high for what we, I think, should aspire for our kids. And I don't think there is a lot of conversation around what it means. I think kids get to a certain point that have struggled academically for many years. They see that as an option, and they're like, yes, that's great, I'll take it. So I think as we are doing, talking about our strategic plan, that was the point of bringing it up, that I think this is something we should all look at and consider as part of that process, because I think we can do better. Okay, quick question, where are we with the equity policy? Speak to that. It was in there. Goal 2, where are we with the equity policy?
So we are still working on the draft equity policy to bring to the board, I want to say in March, and hold another session on that. So we are, we've re-engaged an equity stakeholders group, which is our steering committee. We are working on the draft writing for the board final approval, and also have set up our focus groups to get additional community feedback around the components of the policy. So we're still a work in process there.
If I could also jump in there, I met with Dr. King and Dr. Spikes on that topic and looked at the framework which they developed, which was really a robust framework, and was thoughtful with them about how we would develop something that was more sustainable and that had strong roots when we brought it. So I think they're working on fleshing that out a little bit with a group of stakeholders to bring you something at a work session, hopefully in March.
Okay, thank you. We talked about the SEL screener. The data around healthy lifestyle choices, I think is really concerning, especially when we look at the sleep metric, where that has gone down considerably. Only 23% of students are sleeping 8 hours or more. You know, we look at that. We look at the discipline. With disruptions. I think this is something that we need to think about proactively going forward, because I think it's just a lot of different little red flags that are showing us that our kids are still struggling and are going to continuing to struggle in the future. So I just, that was just something I wanted to raise up that really kind of jumped out at me. Drug use, I am worried about. We still hear from our schools about access or lack thereof for students to community services, and not enough providers. And what is happening is that our teachers are having to pick up the pieces. So I don't know that there's a great answer to that, but I just think that's something that is worrisome going forward. Bullying is something that I hear from students and from parents that that people may not have the most positive interactions when it comes to addressing bullying, and that it is allowed to go on far longer than it should in some ways. So I don't know if there's something you could talk about that, or where we are with that.
Thank you so much, Ms. Pekorski. So we are continuing to provide professional development, and again, everything is connected, right? So we just talked about SEL, Maria just talked about the screener, and part of that is that relationship building, that problem solving, and that conflict piece. And so I know sometimes, and I've been involved in some concerns where parents have said, they said it's not bullying, and sometimes there's a disconnect about whether it's identified as bullying or not. And certainly we want to be responsive and be involved in the process. And the biggest piece is, how does Michelle and Stella, if we're the two kids involved, how do we both feel safe? How do we both feel supported? Whether it's constituted as bullying or not. And we know that sometimes there's a feeling that it should be, and sometimes the team finds out that it's not. And what we try and uplift is, despite what the rubber stamp is at the end, we're going to make sure that students are safe, protected, and also that we provide some interventions and supports. While also making sure that there's clarity around what the definition of bullying is, what are things that you consider, et cetera, et cetera. So Stefan Maskell in our Office of Intervention and Prevention supports, does partner with schools, and we continue to look at our data about that. And we do know, again, as I shared at the beginning, that student-to-student for lack of a better phrase, fights and things like that, that is of increasing concern, which is one of the reasons why our SEL work is that much more important as we talk about how we navigate that conflict piece.
And you hit the nail on the head. It is about the definition, and that's the feedback that I've gotten, that there is confusion, and thank you.
And Ms. McCarthy, I also wanted to add, because you were talking about looking towards the future, some of the information that's being gathered on the strategic plan student survey in particular was asking about things like bullying. So I know we've been gathering it in the Fairfax County Youth Survey, but there will be some specific data that's shared with the community about bullying as they consider what might need to be on that next strategic plan.
Thank you. Ms. Amesh, followed by Dr. Anderson.
Thank you, and for the work, again, the research on this. I guess when I think about, again, forward-looking, because we're building a new setup here, I guess I want us to be a little bit more intentional when identifying metrics, and what I mean by that is there are internal practices that we can just spend a little bit of time and intentionality thinking through that we can easily identify our gaps in our care and culture. And then certainly there's the external response, which is what we seem to be trying to measure. Like, how are people responding to this? What are people reporting to us about it? But if we were to just sit and think of, if I was X type of person in our system, what are some grievances I would have? It's not rocket science. Like, there are so many things you can come up with for every possible identity category I can think of shortcomings that as a system we're, that exist. And so that's a practice I would love for us to engage in, this whole targeted universalism thing. Like, if we sit down and do that thinking, I think we'll be able to be like 70% of the way there. And then certainly there's always going to be continuous improvement. And with that being said, obviously this is important because it's also tied to academic outcomes. The absenteeism question that people were discussing, that is something to think about in terms of how are we setting up school for people who have to work full time, for people who are affected by COVID or are homebound now that are, impacted in ways that we are not meeting their needs. And we're just kind of moving along because we can afford to do that. So I'm really concerned about that, how we can reimagine. Someone this morning in the faith group was saying, we're using 20th century practices, we're schooling in 20th century ways for 21st century problems. And it's true, and I'm hoping that we can be creative. I mean, what's wrong with investing in schooling outside of hours if that's what a certain population needs, right? So, and I know we do that in very minimal ways, but that's another, care and culture concern that I'd love for us to see. I know that the bullying issue, absolutely, and I can't tell you how many cases come to me too that are totally piecemeal, that are ignored. I mean, I get parents breaking down crying, and administrators are only so responsive to what the needs are. So as I bring that up, I know we had our conversation about wanting to put in place bias-related incident tracking reporting mechanisms. So I just wanted to ask for an update on where we are, because I know that was supposed to come back to us in December.
Thank you for your question, Ms. Omesh. We actually presented a draft to Cabinet, was it yesterday? Yeah, I'm sorry, my days are mixed up. Yesterday, and we'll be ready for the board to see. We're making some tweaks to it based on feedback we got from Cabinet, but we agree with you that there needs to be a process so that parents and students can report to us what they feel is not being handled in a responsive way at the school level. And it's not to negate or take away authority from principals, but really to build trust with our community around this topic.
I appreciate it. I'm very eager to see that. And then, by extension, then what are the processes and protocols we're putting in place to respond to these incidents? Like, we talk about fidelity of implementation, right? Again, we look at the internal and the external. Externally, we know we're hearing this from this region and this from this school, and that, sure, that's important feedback. But internally, we can sit down and think, okay, we don't have defined processes for what happens when X occurs. So if we don't even have a process internally that we're aware is the way to do it, then obviously we're going to have a fidelity of implementation problem. And that's an area I think we can continue to grow. I'm going to need to go back, but I hope these are all pieces, I want some action out of this today. I don't want us to just be kind of talking and, whatever, but.
Thank you. Ms. Keys-Gamarra, followed by Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. I really do appreciate this conversation about our culture, and I want to recognize the other part of that, which is, how are we monitoring what our staff members are experiencing? We've had some increased reports on behavior issues within our classrooms. I have received reports from parents where they believe that may be impacting their children. Do we have a plan, or how are we addressing those types of situations and monitoring to make sure that we're supporting the emotional well-being of our staff members?
Thank you, Ms. Keys-Gamarra. So I'm going to loop back a bit to where we talked about our behavior education plan. And so twofold, so supporting staff members in sometimes you've never had to support a specific need, and so you don't know what to do. So that training and collaboration and support with Dr. Green, who really will help us to implement those collaborative and proactive solution strategies. So on that knowledge side, that application side, we're continuing to talk with principals because we do know that some of our staff, we know the behavior change takes time, and sometimes it's challenging for staff to endure some of the behaviors as that change is taking place. And so trying to really talk with principals about what support, how can we support staff who are in those particular situations. Certainly we've provided UKIRU support to certain schools, and we've shared, I spoke with a principal just the other day that we can talk about looking to provide that support for a class who is in need of some additional assistance while they work on that behavior change, but very open to talking about what else can be of support. As I think someone earlier mentioned EAP, and we know that we've gotten different feedback. Some people, it's worked with them, they've leveraged it. Other folks have said it's a long time to get it, or I guess their need isn't as high. So trying to think about how we can support those persons as we're trying to support staff, because they're in the moment, and we get it. They're in the moment, they're in the space, and while they're learning, it's sometimes challenging if they might be getting hit, kicked, bit, and those types of things. And so trying to see how we support them physically and emotionally, while we also support our students who need time to change and to for us to fill those skill gaps.
So, excuse me, I received a letter from a parent that was concerned about how our administrators were handling those particular types of situations that you described very aptly. Do we have specific, when we get those types of reports, is there a certain protocol to make sure, first of all, that we're acknowledging it fully, that our administrators are trained to be able to deal with it, and then that we're monitoring it until we can achieve the goal of the healthy culture in that classroom?
We can certainly, I think, always do a better job of making sure that everyone is in that space. All of our schools have, an assigned bit and things like that. And we also know, for example, a principal called me the other day and we engaged in that space, but we may have some newer principals who may say, I didn't know I could call this one or that one. And it's not that I'm a miracle worker, so that doesn't mean that situation changed post phone call, but at least so that we can plan and talk about what might be a path forward. So certainly, to your point, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, I think we probably can be more intentional about making sure that people know to reach out, to provide support. And we don't want to, while we know it'll still take time, but to see what support can they get in that space, even as they're working with their staff, and also really working with our administrators, because many of them are spending a good part of the day trying to support teachers in those classroom spaces as well.
Thank you. I really would like to, and I know we can't resolve it right now, but I would like to hear what those components might be, whether what we have is sufficient, whether it needs to be considered in the budget, to make sure that we are setting up a plan on how to handle this. And just to reiterate my second topic, concern that I mentioned earlier regarding our culture, we create, when these incidents occur in the classroom, everyone is impacted, whether it's students, the staff members, parents, etc. And so I'd like to take that into account as we come to to a plan. And that also includes how we're looking at not just making sure we get the professional development for our training, but I also think we need to follow up on our MOU and how we are monitoring compliance with the regulations we put together, directing how SROs are to operate and to make sure that they're contributing positively to that culture within our schools. So thank you. Did you have a response to that?
No, ma'am, just saying thank you, and I've taken those notes down and we'll follow up.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keys-Gamarra. Dr. Anderson.
All right, just going back a little bit to the first report, I had a question. I don't know what page number this is because it's not numbered here, but the Go Champion response that spoke to the Algebra Access Network Improvement Community, what is that and what does this do? I need some more details here.
So I mentioned it a little bit in my response to Ms. Tolan, recognizing that we haven't really been able to advance 8th grade algebra enrollment, especially for some of our student groups. We've tried a lot of different things. We have an open enrollment policy, right? All those things are there, but we're still not advancing that participation rate. So the Algebra Network Improvement Community is when a group of schools come together and they really look at the problem. Right, so it's kind of the problem of practice is that we are not having, we're not having enough students, we're not having students equally across subgroups attend to algebra. And so the schools come together and they try and get to the root cause.
This is a locally developed?
Yes, this is locally,
okay.
yes.
I thought this was an
No,
external
no, no, no. It's a group of our schools who have agreed. I mean, it was voluntary, voluntary for schools to participate in that. They can kind of do some small changes, see how they work, and then we can share that more broadly as problems for other schools to adopt those practices as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I
Can I
wonder,
add-
Dr. Reed, and maybe you could fold this into Dr. Presidio, are there external groups that we can be looking at for some best practices outside of FCPS?
Well, with respect to increasing algebra access, I suspect that there are, and those are additional things that we can look into as we expand that work. And I suspect that in Dr. Reed's network of collaborators around the country, she might even have some recommendations for us. What I wanted to say, though, with respect to these networked improvement communities, you've heard about more than one of them here today. You heard about the one with respect to discipline as well. That is work that we're doing with outside groups. So the networked improvement communities are part of a broader initiative around improvement science in the field of education that is really led by Stanford University and the Carnegie Center for the Advancement of Teaching and Learning. We've been working with Carnegie and Stanford around how to improve outcomes through the field of improvement science for about 7 years now. And it's really only in the last 2 to 3 years that we've been able to implement some of these networked improvement communities and bring that work that was largely theoretical into the classroom and get it as close to student learning as possible. So at some point, that might be something that the board might be interested in hearing more about. But I did want to mention it's work that we're doing in partnership with Carnegie and Stanford and other leading school divisions around the country. And I do think it yields a lot of promise for solving problems of practice. And I think Noelle did a really good job of explaining how you bring, folks together that have a similar problem of practice. You try to look at the evidence base about what strategies and actions might make a difference. You successfully support the implementation of those and you measure their success, just as we've been talking a lot about today. How do we know if something's working or not? The improvement science work really is about helping school systems get better at measuring what they're doing and monitoring and adjusting in response to that data. So again, we have several of these networked improvement communities in different areas of problems of practice in the division.
Thank you. Dr. Reed, did you want to add to that too?
I
wasn't sure if I saw you.
Yeah,
wanted to
no,
speak earlier.
thank you, though.
Thank you. Going to goal 2, one of the things that I would love as we're speaking in the spirit of establishing things and finding some ways to monitor their success, you linked to the board's trust policy that we adopted earlier this year. I'm very curious in terms of the metrics that will be used to identify its success. And I want to link that to kind of some of the some of what I'm going to share has been part of the themes here. As everybody knows, I feel like sometimes we collect the wrong type of data. Well, not sometimes. I have said we collect the wrong type of data on our scorecard, and I continue to see that here. Sometimes we focus on the supporting pieces rather than the outcome. An example of that would be here. We were talking in Goal 1 about the access to tablets. We're not really talking about getting a computer in kids' hands. We're talking about the outcomes that can be achieved in teaching and learning by having this. Similarly with the EAP, employees will have opportunity to take advantage of the wellness report. Well, I don't know what that means, but because we're talking about employees' mental health, mental welfare and well-being, and that is just a supporting piece. I want to shift the conversation a little bit in terms of what is it that we're honing in on and really putting in their positions those pieces that just help to give some background information to those greater outcomes. And so speaking of that, I wanted to learn also in terms of how the Office of the Ombudsman is being utilized to speak to some of the caring culture components because it impacts both parents and staff.
I think we'll allow our equity office to make those connections and to respond to your questions regarding the trust policy. But one of the things that I do know, and even in engaging in conversation with Dr. Reed relative to the strategic plan, and even as we move forward with our work with the SPED enhancement plan, we are looking to make sure that they're outcomes oriented. So what's the end goal or end result we want to see as manifested in students, right? So we all know what we mean there. So we are aware of that and making those pivots. But certainly as we talk about the welcoming environment, we know that there's going to be a couple of factors that we continue to look at through the lens of whether it's discipline, whether it's welcoming environment. We know that we have a lot of diversity in our school division, and so it's going to be critically important that we make sure that all students, staff, and families feel welcome and that their diversity is respected and encouraged and celebrated in our school community. But I'll let Dr. King and Iona respond a little bit more about the trust policy specifically.
So we were thinking about how we can, I'm sorry, Ricky, your question was around how do we know that it's working? So 3 things that we're doing, 3 metrics that we're using to determine the impact of the trust policy. Number 1 is really around the completion rate, right, for our staff members and employees taking the training. And so since the October report, that is slowly increasing. We make sure that through the Office of Professional Learning that people are giving alerts, not only personal alerts, if you will, directly from our office, but also through my PDE. So we are checking and monitoring that and then continuing to send out communications. A second way that we are measuring it is really around the intake and the guidance. So we receive numerous calls, maybe from principals or assistant principals, school leadership, around making sure that they are following the procedures and what resources are available to them. So it has been oftentimes that I may refer back to family school partnerships, right, to get different resources or make sure families have access. Third, we are monitoring the trust violations website or email that we set up, the email account that we set up, where people can go into that email or send an email to basically report a violation. Since the reporting out in October, we have not had any violations of the trust policy or reported since that time. So far, there have not been any. One of the things that we lifted up before is that even with the passage of this policy, we know that many of our schools and school leaders, they are following these processes and they are protecting our immigrant families and students across the board. So, we made sure that we highlighted it, we made sure that we did the training, but it's like they're doing the right thing anyway, right? And so there may be some exceptions or outliers, but for the most part, they are doing the right thing anyway. So we are just keeping an eye on that moving forward. And I would just add one other thing, and as we're talking about our equity policy and even thinking about the bias reporting, we are connecting that, both of those things with the trust policy, right? So part of our bias reporting will be, is this a violation of the trust policy? Is there anything that's specifically related to immigration status? So we are including other actions within our office between the equity policy and that reporting data to give us another indicator of how the trust policy is working.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. That was very helpful information.
I'd
but
like
I
to
want-
add something this is Lisa
Oh,
over here.
thank you.
In terms of in terms of the Office of the Ombuds, they just submitted their quarterly report at the end of September where you can see any numbers of what's going on. But in addition, the office is new enough where we needed to create more awareness around it. So they have been attending, the staff members have been attending the community conversations and have, written brochures. We've also had OCCR, we've worked with them to do a story, a little something on the front page of the website, and to just sort of enhance the website. And that division or that department is also testing a new tool, Let's Talk, which we've been talking about a lot apparently here in Fairfax. And it's an online tool where we can look from beginning to end. Complaints and concerns will go to that department, to the appropriate person, and we'll be able to track from beginning to resolution, how long it took, what the concern was, et cetera. So I think we'll have more data than we've had in the past.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's a great development, but I think we still have had the office there for at least a couple of years. So there should have been some space for whatever it is that they're doing right now to kind of be embedded here. I see space for us to be more intentional about that. And also, Dr. Spivey, I appreciate your answers, but in regards to what Ms. Amesh was saying a little bit ago, the families who would be reporting the violations of the trust policy don't even know that there's a trust policy to be that they can be reporting a violation of. And one great way of doing that is the signage that I know we talked about, and in all of my travels so far in the schools, and which has been most in Mason District, I've seen the signage one time. It's been just in one school, and I've been very intentional. So the people who are utilizing those front offices don't even know what is available for them. And so I think we are cutting off access that will allow us to collect the data that you're speaking of. And I'd like to go back if possible.
All right. I'm next. All right. I want to elevate some stuff that people have addressed as it relates to where we are, but where we're trying to go. As we move forward you can start my timer if you want. As we move forward on the strategic plan, I think impact is going to be the thing that I'm looking for most of all. I always think of I think it's goal 3 or 4, feel safe. In this one, in goal 2, it feels respected. And one of the ways that we're measuring feels respected is demonstrating cultural responsiveness. And the way that we measure that is if they've done the training, which is not measuring whether they are culturally responsive. It's measuring whether they've done an activity. When we talk about disruptive behavior, we're measuring whether we have increased or decreased reports of disruptive behavior, not whether we have increases or decreases in disruptive behavior. And I realize some of these things are very difficult to measure, but anecdotally, and a lot of the times, my anecdotes are perhaps of equal weight to some of the surveys we have with a couple hundred respondents. Anecdotally, from educators, I hear about disruptive behavior all the time that they don't think that they have the tools to adequately address. So I think that's something to be mindful of as we move forward. I did notice that vaping had regressed. I'm interested in knowing what approach we might take to handle something like that. And then on the subject of drug addiction or drug use, we have Narcan in all of our schools now, if I'm not mistaken, just to be clear. All right, any thoughts on the vaping? And I realize I sound like 110 years old. I'm like, let's talk about the vaping.
It's all right.
Our improvement has regressed, so it's increased. Yeah.
Right. Thanks so much for that, Mr. Frisch. We are continuing really to leverage our SAPs in buildings. I had the opportunity to be with Ms. Corbett Sanders, I think it was maybe a month ago, some time ago, I won't put numbers on it. But we were at West Potomac, and there was really a lot of praise for how well and how much that SAP, substance abuse prevention specialist, is embedded into the school, is working closely with the students, is respected by the families. And so oftentimes we hear about SAPs when it's something that's more profound, when we're talking about, if we classify them as big drugs, but they really work with students along the way. And so vaping is one of those components. And so as we leverage our ATOT interventions, but I really would want to lift up that personal engagement and interface with our SAPs that, again, I know we can't, as we talked about before, say causality, but looking at the correlation of our SAPs and their presence in the schools and working with students and making progress on that mark. We're going to continue, even as I look at our Q1 data, and again, it's what's reported, so we'll emphasize that piece, that our alcohol, tobacco, and other drug use has decreased, and so that includes the vaping. But while it's decreased overall, we know that, there still are some very significant concerns, particularly as it relates to, just opioids and things like that, and are being prepared, hence our response and making sure we have Narcan in our schools. And so want to continue to be engaged in that topic and also work with our families to see what we can be doing differently, and really learning a lot from those folks that are having a lot of success. And I just uplift West Pole because I was there, and Ms. Corbett Sanders and I heard firsthand the praise that was uplifted about that particular specialist, and the work that she's doing in the school community and the connection that she has with students and staff.
All right. And just to go back a point, as we talk about how we're measuring these things, I think one way to think about it, if we say feels welcome or feels safe, I think defining what we mean by that when asking the question is one way of getting there. And that may not be how we measure the success of the next strategic plan, but these are questions that we're asking in our surveys. So not having something that is open-ended without any demonstration of what we mean by it. On the subject of bullying, I've certainly heard from many students and parents about not being clear about how bullying is handled in our system. Case in point, I've heard from people whose children are LGBTQ, and the administration at their school has stepped in to handle bullying around their status as LGBTQ, but not address the fact that they're LGBTQ in handling the incident. It's been more of a be nice to everyone approach, which is good advice, but when you're dealing with something specific, it needs a specific response. And so I think as we move forward, having a comprehensive look at how we handle bullying in our system would be warranted. And that's it from me. On the subject of go-backs, we have kept track of everybody who has affirmatively said in their comments, I want to go back. And before I read off that list of people, and then it's responded to with I said it too. I'm going to read the list. Everybody put your placard down. And if you're not on the list and you want to go back, put your placard back up, okay? So right now I've got Ms. McLaughlin, Ms. Omesh, and Dr. Anderson. So if you want to be added to that list, put your placard up. Okay. Yep. Okay. Let's start with Dr. Anderson since she's got a commitment.
I was waiting to be third. Okay, here's my thing here.
1, 2, 3. We'll do 2 minutes, just to make sure, in case anybody is inspired to join the list.
Thank you. One of the things that I heard quite a bit a little while ago, I think from Ms. Cohen and also Ms. Omesh, about some discipline data that was, no, I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to that. The absenteeism data that was discussed this morning, is that something that we can also have? It looks interesting because I myself, I'm dying. When you say Region 2 is like a tale of two regions because it's got my pyramids, it's got Elaine's pyramids, and those are two distinct worlds. So I'm very curious to dig into that a little bit further.
Yes, I can share that data with you.
Okay. And then the discipline data that Dr. Boyd talked about a little bit earlier, is that also the DSL dashboard? I don't know what any of that is, but is that available to the board?
So EDSL, and I'm not the techie person, so I probably have to defer to Dr. Presidio, but we do have data that we've created in a report that we can certainly share that provides the disaggregation of the Q1 data that is similar to what you will get at the semester version of a report. But I would have to defer to Dr. Presidio about access to EDSL.
So if a board member wanted access to those data systems, we'd be happy to do that. We'd need to set up an individual training so that you could understand how to access it, because it is kind of complicated, but that's something that we could do.
So that's not something that you could just kind of pull in a report and share? Because
Oh,
I
no,
don't
we
think I want
absolutely-
any more access,
Yeah.
any more systems. I just want the information.
Absolutely can pull and provide reports for you. I thought you were asking, maybe you
No,
wanted
I'm just
access
speaking
to
from
the
myself. I don't know if others want access to more portals. I just want the information. So that's what I would
Okay.
like to have. And I heard a couple of members share this earlier, and I want to make sure that I lend my voice to it in terms of what is our plan with the pacing guide and a timeline. I don't know if I heard a response. Maybe I missed it.
Well, I think Ms. Klemenko was mentioning that we are working on that right now. Ms. Eddy, our Director of Curriculum and Instruction, is working on something to try to provide that quarterly at-a-glance look. We've previously had like the year at a glance, which was not sufficient.
I think the timeline piece is what's missing for me, not necessarily that the work will be discussed.
I'll have to check with Ms. Eddy to see when she thinks her team would have that finished, and we can get back to you on that. I don't know off the top of my head what their anticipated delivery date is for that, but they are working on it.
Okay, and I lost the rest of my sheets, but. Oh. Better go to somebody else. I'm caught up here. Oh. No, that's not it, but thank you. I can't find the rest of my notes. I wasn't ready, so I guess I yield back my 54 seconds.
Ms. McLaughlin?
All right, I'll speed through this in 2 minutes. Number one, Sloan, I appreciate the AANIC program, description. Dr. Reed, my concern is if it's been 7 years as noted, it's very disappointing that the board hasn't been briefed on this, especially if we're working with Stanford and Carnegie Mellon. And I lift that up as an example of sometimes I wonder what's deemed important information to bring to the board and the community. I think that's one of them. The student achievement grants also cited on page 33, they're both there. It says it's $130,000 grants to schools. I don't know anything about it. I don't know how many schools have utilized it. I don't know how many years the program has existed. And again, I think that the board needs to get more information on that. The public should have more information on that. I'd also be curious where this came in the budget, because again, I'm not familiar with this at all. And I'm not trying to sound critical. I appreciate everything we do to try to move the needle. It just concerns me when we don't have information on this. I really appreciate the goal, Dr. Presidio, that you said about the root cause, and I agree with it per school, but what I would like, Dr. Reed, is that we again utilize the whole point of central office. We go out and do the national research. We go out and find the best practices that have shown success across the nation. We then bring that to the RASs. We then go see which of our schools have been doing this and complement it. But I worry about more working groups with staff who are tired then are being asked to brainstorm something that national research and central office, I think, can do that first crucial step. And then finally, I would like the definition of what it means to pass a course. And if it is a D or above, I would be concerned that's a very low bar, because that's a metric in the report. And it's not defined, Dr. Reed, and it needs to be defined in the report.
So I can answer it does mean as long as you don't get an F. So a D- or above is considered passing a course because you get the credit at the high school level for passing it or at the middle school level.
So Dr. Reed, we are a high-performing school system, and this is for honors and advanced level courses. A D, to me, is masking a lot. So I think we need to revisit the metrics. And Mr. Frisch, as a next step, I hope you can maybe ask the board for without, what do you call it?
We have a next specs document that
Yeah,
we can
but
add it
when
to.
I know, but one of these ones I'd hope it'd be without, objection. We need to revisit the metric on that one alone.
All right. Up next, I have Ms. Omesh.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that goes to the metrics again of, are we looking at minimums or beyond, setting the bar higher? I did just want to, two buckets. One, obviously diverse hiring has an impact on the sense of a caring culture that we build. That's something I heard a lot about this morning, actually, in our strategic planning meeting. I wanted to ask, we had a placeholder. I guess the board decided rather than using the Call Me Mr. funds, we put it into a pool for FCPS-led effort. Do we have any updates on what happened with that?
Dr. Wilson
Refer
was.
to Mr. Smith on that one, maybe.
Right, yeah, I know that's not you.
Yeah, no, Dr. Wilson was ready to be responsive to that during the board meeting. She has connected with the program. There was really limited data on the actual efficacy of the number of hires in terms of the effort. So she's connected with the program to talk about doing a pilot project where instead of a multi-year commitment, we would go with a one-year commitment and see what that generated before we moved into a multi-year contract. So I can provide an update on that for the Monday letter this Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And perhaps in one of the future updates or something in the
Sure.
board meeting.
You bet.
Yeah. Great, thank you. And then the second bucket was about, because of the SEI practices and how the student experiences that, I think we'd benefit from some focus groups or some feedback mechanism with students, really just being intentional and talking to them about how they receive it. Qualitatively, anecdotally, granted, I generally only hear negative feedback about that. Kids are bored, kids don't get the point, it's taking up their time in advisory rather than studying. But obviously, there's such great value to the intention behind it, so helping address the disconnect, I think we would benefit from that. So I'd love to hear some thoughts around that. I don't know, if it's not being received in the way it's intended.
Thank you, Ms. Omesh. And that kind of just goes back to an earlier piece that I shared. We know that persons are in different places with advisory and morning. We hear more so about advisory, not so much about morning meeting. And so that's why we were looking to see if we might be able to leverage a curriculum that might be responsive and perhaps something that teachers, again, as they're learning more about SEL, that they would have a resource. But again, we're trying to prioritize that. And we know that, given our multiple needs, that might not be something that rises to the level. And so we're getting that feedback from staff about what might be able to be done differently with the lessons that have been provided to schools. Because again, we've heard similar things that you shared. And I think Ms. McCarthy may have shared previously that she may have gotten feedback, I know, from another parent on the board. I can't remember who it was. Just things about that. So we're aware and we're willing to make adjustments as to what's needed. But again, this is one of those pieces, and certainly we have our expert here, to the degree that people feel comfortable and authentic, it makes it feel a little bit more genuine and flow, as opposed to if they're not as comfortable and are trying to just kind of figure it out themselves. Many of our students kind of will know that and be like, I don't kind of get it, and want to do something else, particularly if they have work or other things that they feel they might need to prioritize during that time. But Ms. Genova?
And I can certainly appreciate we have a lot of opportunity to consider how we can better incorporate student voice about what's important to them. When we're looking at social emotional learning, what do they want to learn about in school? How is it connected to their real lives and what they're experiencing throughout the day? So there are opportunities there to go even further than we have. You know, I do want to put those lessons in context. They were created in order to fill a gap, right, and in response to the pandemic. So those lessons were never meant to be a long-term solution to social and emotional learning. They were much more meant to be as students are returning back to school, as students transitioned into virtual and then we're returning back to school, how are we giving them opportunities to build community and build relationships with one another, and also how are we equipping them with some tools to make a successful transition into virtual and then back out of virtual. So I can certainly hear they're not meeting the mark because we're in a different place now, never meant to be a long-term solution. As Dr. Boyd indicated, we'd really be interested in looking at a curriculum and looking at a curriculum that's differentiated by grade level. The other nice thing about a curriculum is it would be evidence-based. Our lessons are not. So we just need to be really transparent about that as well. VDOE has developed SEL guidance standards, which is something that those were released at the end of last year. We are now looking at using those and they're informing our work, which also gives us a better sense of how we can make sure that we're addressing SEL in a way that's developmentally appropriate and matches the developmental arc. But again, I'm sort of beating the drum. A curriculum that's evidence-based would more naturally be tied into that developmental arc, and there are a lot of wonderful curricula that they have looked at the evidence base for a broad array of populations, because the question is always evidence-based for who?
Yeah.
And we want to make sure that it's evidence-based for any population that we would use it with, and therefore meaningful for any population we would use it with. We are tracking some of our middle and high schools that are using curricula that we feel like are particularly strong to get a sense of what their experiences are with it this year since they're ESSER funded. Happy to bring that back. We also did a request for information, so we have a good sense of the current landscape of curricula and current budgeting needs. So, if the board is interested, I'd certainly be happy to support a conversation around what that could look like and definitely connecting more with our students in the meantime.
Yeah, no, you hit the nail on the head, I think. I mean, that curriculum work needs to, is it underway? Or are you saying that requires investment?
It would require an investment. So we've done a request for information. We have a sense of what budgeting needs would be. We have a sense of what a potential phased implementation plan would look like, but in order to actually adopt a curriculum, it would require an investment.
Dr. Reed, where's your head on that?
Thank you for asking, Ms. Amish, and thanks for the information. I'm really focused right now on making sure our third graders are reading and our eighth graders are doing algebra. I know the importance of SEL, and I know the limited time our staff have to assimilate new skills. So,
I hear you.
yeah.
I hear you. No,
So it's constantly the pull and tug, and we currently have a number of activities that have been created by our staff, so it's not like we're SEL lacking. We have materials. So if I...
Yeah. No, I mean, if we're doing everything, we're not doing anything, so.
There is that.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that, but I also, identifying that as an area of need, as long as we're honest with ourselves, right? I think that's the starting point. So I guess in the meantime, then thinking, I know this telemental health stuff has been going, and if the kid can't find it in the classroom, maybe they can find it on an app. So I know the launch date originally was the beginning of January, but I want to ask you for an update. Where are we?
So let me follow up. I know we were, and I'm going to paraphrase and hope Mr. Sethi, I hope I don't get it wrong, but I know that we were looking at some additional checks, and forgive my lack of technology language, for that access at home, making sure all of the cybersecurity pieces were in place. So I'll follow up with Mr. Sethi, but I think we might have been a little bit behind our target January date, but I'll get more of an update to provide a more updated view of what that might look like. But we're still in the process, haven't given up. We're working through the kinks, just want to make sure that we have those security checks in place so that we're not vulnerable in that process, nor are our families.
Great. Yeah, and I hope I assume we're already hashing out the expectations, but making sure we're culturally responsive and not causing more harm in doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cohen.
I appreciate the conversation that's been going on around the cell, the advisory and cell units. I think I would agree. I think many of us who have kids in the school right now would say that it's a constant conversation in our house about why we did this to them. But I also wonder what education we have given our students, which I try on the routine at home, about why it's so important, about what we are building to in advisory. What's the end goal here? And so much of it is really just relationship building. It's having those trusted adults and making sure that we don't have a kid that leaves the building without knowing there is one person at least that they could come to with anything. So I don't know how we do that, but I wish we could do a better job of convincing our kids why we're doing this. Another thing is we've talked, and I know Ms. Omesh has spoken at length about getting access to mental health care and support for our students. I would just say, you know, I know we have the EAP program, but I don't know how much our staff knows about what access they have for mental health support. So the telehealth piece, if we could do more of that, because honestly, if our teachers could find any time in their schedule to actually go see a provider, I imagine many of them would. But that is not possible given most of their schedules, especially during the day. And so I think when Dr. Boyd, when you referenced about how difficult it is, especially for teachers in our, and IAs and everybody who are in some of our private day, our public day, who are in some of our classrooms where there is a lot of physical aggression. What are we doing to better support them, I guess is my question.
We can certainly follow up. We'll partner with HR to see what, as we're learning more about telehealth, certainly our focus for the telehealth provider we're working with is child or youth focused. But we can certainly follow up and engage in some discussions about what might be some additional supports that we can make available for our staff.
And from the HR perspective, I'm
like
over
the
here.
voice from
It's
beyond.
like the voice. Where is he? He was up here, and now he's over here. So from the HR perspective, our new health provider, Cigna, they, of course, as we build our contracts, we do build in and ensure that we have telehealth options available for staff. And one of the things that we'll be rolling out within the next couple of years is having telehealth kiosks in our buildings so that teachers and school-based staff can actually have telehealth appointments with all of the paddles that you can take your blood pressure and do all of that in a true telehealth virtual environment and receive those supports. And so more information will be coming. And in this coming year, we'll be doing a full educational update to all of our employees about the opportunities that our new Cigna healthcare provider the opportunities and options that we have available for all staff.
Awesome, thank you. My last really quickly is just to piggyback on what somebody said about measuring cultural proficiency by participation. As a board, have we even gotten feedback about how many of our staff actually participated and completed all of the modules?
I don't know if Nardis has, I mean, I'm sure she does not have the information at the tip of her fingers, but we could get you that information. The question was around the completion of the modules in terms of school and staff completion, so.
We do have access to that information, and we can give that to you, and I'll give it to Dr. Reed, and she can pass it on to the board.
Awesome, thank
Do you
you.
just want the equity modules, or do you want all of our training? You're just asking specifically
I
for
was
equity?
asking specifically about the cultural proficiency piece, so
We can get
whatever
that
you
for
want to
you.
throw in there. All right.
All right.
All right. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
Thank you. And I wanted to go back a little bit to the Goal 1 reports, and specifically about on slide 19 and 20, we talk about the SIP expectations and the SIP expectation revisions around goals in language arts, math, SEL, and POG. One, I put a plug to add an executive functioning in that SIP expectation. I think that's super important to make sure kids have those learn-to-learn skills. But also, Did we not expect that before, that there'd be goals in language? It sounded like it was new, and maybe I misread it, but I wanted to make sure that that wasn't something, how I read it.
Yeah, so, I mean, you might recall us discussing this, I guess, just last week in the ESSER work session. So we talked about, some changes to the SIP process.
Yeah.
The biggest change is the quarterly review process for all of our schools. Looking at their data, responding to the data, adjusting their, strategies and actions. To your larger question, though, what's different is really the alignment of bringing into the region process, which is basically where the SIPs, are created and monitored. The region assistant superintendents and executive principals use that as one of their evaluation instruments when they're working with schools and supporting schools. But what we did this year that was different is we really aligned that SIP process to say we need to be focused consistently and intentionally on the division's most pressing problems of practice, right? So our recovery from the pandemic, really focusing on literacy and math and SEL. We also have some additional components in there, like making sure that we're getting back to our Portrait of a Graduate work, which was largely put, on pause during the pandemic. So what we did is we developed a lot of resources, evidence-based resources, to help schools, one, analyze their data, and then two, set goals and develop strategies and actions that are evidence-based, based on literacy and math needs that they would have in their data. And the departments are working with the region teams to do those quarterly reviews and provide coaching for schools. So there's a lot more consistency from school to school in terms of what's in their SIP, where in the past you might have seen a little bit more divergence based on one region in comparison to another region. Everybody's working off the same set of expectations with the same evidence-based resources to develop their plans this year.
Thank you. That's helpful. And just a thought, I think Mr. Frisch touched on this and many other colleagues have touched on this, but as we're looking forward to metrics, with our new strategic plan, I think it's important to look at ends versus means, right? And it feels like accessing a training is a mean, right? It's not the end. And sometimes I think it's hard because we want metrics that we can easily measure different groups, and sometimes those metrics are harder. So I think looking at street data or other forms of data that can help inform some of these ends, right? So I just think that would be important to have that conversation as we're building that out. The other piece I did want to touch on advisory, and I appreciate Ms. Cohen bringing that up. And I'm going to sound like a broken record today, but the thing I keep seeing is student anxiety, student stress. Student anxiety, and the CDC numbers back that up in terms of the high numbers of anxiety, right? And I think looking at, I really appreciate that the advisory lessons were built around the pandemic, right? And I think this is a real opportunity here to look at advisory and building those connections with trusted adults. But everything I talk to students, it's through authentic connections, authentic engagement, right? It's experiences, it's doing things. So how do we look at what does that mean to use advisory for mental wellness? It means student anxiety and stress. Well, executive functioning is part of that, right? Because if you can't manage your schedule in your day, it's going to cause you stress. And they talk about ADHD and depression because of that exact issue. So how do we look at the intersectionality in the mental health spaces? I guess what I'm trying to put out there, and then how do we embed that in our advisory? So it's kind of a big question. I don't know if I have an answer. And then when we look at respect and inclusion aspiration, we've got to look at inclusion data in indicator 5. I'll stop. I know my time's up.
Did somebody have a response for the intentionality in the SEL?
I think the only thing that I'll share is that I certainly concur with Ms. Eismer-Heiser about the authentic relationship buildings and connections. Certainly, there are things that we explicitly teach, but I know as we look at, and I'll make a far stretch and hopefully I'll make a connection here. When we talk about students who disengage from school, i.e. drop out, one of the biggest indicators are not having a person that they connect with and trust in school and having that lack of engagement. And oftentimes when we talk about who are those persons in schools that connect and engage with kids, they name coaches often, school counselors, things like that. It's people that are out of those formal spaces, but it's like, hey, I got to know Miss Boyd, like she's really a real person. She does whatever. It's that space outside of the structure. This is the lesson, this is the objective, and things like that. And so while we want to make sure that we do explicitly teach SEL, it's really, and we have that time, it's the natural embedding of connecting and having those relationships with kids and knowing that you truly are here for them, good, bad, or indifferent, that really I think will move the mark when we talk about folks having at least 3 assets, kids feeling connected to school, us being able to intervene and intervene early when it comes to issues that might be impacting absenteeism and things like that. So I'll be quiet there because I know we have 15 seconds.
Ms. Tolan?
I'm happy to follow that, and do just want to echo what Ms. Amash was saying about hearing from some students, even if it's informally, and you have some good Drainsville kids that I'm happy to have you talk to, just about their experiences. I think it would be helpful. I did want to go back to the idea of absenteeism, and again, I'm going to echo what Ms. Amash brought up. I think it was even before COVID, if that was even possible. Ms. Pekarsky and I had some conversations with high school principals about the work, students that need to work. And then now we're adding on top of it, a lot of health reasons, long COVID, et cetera, for not being in school. I know there's a myriad of reasons why we're seeing these absentee numbers the way they are. But, just want to make sure that as we move forward, we're really being creative in how do we look at and find out what these reasons are, and then be creative in providing school experiences for these kids. Even when we were talking about the pacing guides and all of that, I was thinking, oh boy, for a student that's homesick for 5 days or has long COVID and is not in school, the pacing guide's not just the answer, but how do we have information available to families so that they can keep their kids working and up to speed? So just backing up that I feel strongly about that as well. I also did want to go back this idea of made me start thinking about middle school, the transition to middle school, and how significant that is for every student. But in particular, I was hearing this weekend at the IEP event how impactful that transition is for students that need those IEP or 504 supports, and how do we really work with them, and then as we've been talking about too, how do we make sure IEP decisions or things that are happening that will affect graduation or where these students are headed, how does that happen in middle school? So that's right back to that particular transition timeframe. So I just want to put a pin on that. I think that is something we really need to look closely at, making sure our students are taken care of.
And absolutely, and that as we develop the special ed enhancement plan, that the transition piece officially through the SPED lens is a component that will definitely be looked at, and also the outside of the SPED component, but so outside of the formal SPED component, but looking at transition between levels, particularly when kids go from elementary to having one teacher who's really worked with them all the time, to multiple teachers, big middle school, and then again as you transition to high school. But oftentimes it's the biggest leap is that leap from elementary to middle, because life just looks different then for many reasons.
For a lot of reasons.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Dr. Anderson, did you find your note?
Yes, thank you for allowing me to reclaim my time.
50 seconds
It was
on the board.
closed in, it was 54, but I won't
54
bust.
seconds on the board.
Just three things. One, I know we talked earlier about the facilities challenge that was raised with those last few schools to initiate local level fours. So I guess the question is for Mr. Smith is, how can we expedite that so that we don't have an extension of 2 years, which is significantly outside of the window initially discussed?
And so we can certainly look at any of those facilities issues. I know that initially, when we looked at the number of schools, there were 21 schools that we had identified. 15 of those schools had issues where it was going to be difficult to provide local level 4 services based on their needs. And then we had another 7 who were on the list that were under review. And so we will certainly look at those schools and work very closely with the principals, work very closely with the region offices so that we can ensure that we can provide services for students at the local school.
I guess I'm a little confused because it sounds as if we don't have space for those kids to remain at the school, even if they weren't local level 4. They would still be students at the schools. Are we saying we're betting on the fact that some portion will leave in order and we're hedging some bets here, this
I
sounds
think-
really wonky to me.
Yeah, I think we've had centers for decades, and so historically, we've had a number of students who have left the base school to attend the center, and that's been fairly consistent over time. And so when that happens, other programs come in, whether they're special education programs, immersion programs, so the space is utilized very strategically through a process. And now that we're talking about, okay, we want to open local level 4s, which are choice. So if we're sending 100 students to a center, those 100 students will come back to the base school. And do we still have the classroom space for them? Because they have not attended, they're not the same students, but that number of students have not been part of that base school population for many, many years.
Thank you. I have so much to say here, but I have 14 seconds and two more
Okay.
things. But I'll come back if I can. The culturally responsive tenets that's outlined, I think it's on page 8 of the second report. Now that we have a teacher, principal, superintendent evaluation system that actually embeds the culturally responsive component as part of their work, I wonder how much impact that will have in terms of what is done here. Or has that not yet been part of
So
the
I think this is the first year that we're
Right.
putting those in place, so I think that could definitely be a motivator.
And just wanting to put a plug for doing schools differently, because we do have kids who do need to work, and I think we can be a little bit more flexible there. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Anderson. I'll just take my turn really quickly. On the subject of local level 4 and the speed at which we get there, I think it speaks to a broader issue with board direction not being followed up on with the board and with no seeming response to the fact that it was a board directive, right? And so it's not the only issue that this has come up in recent months. Now that we do track all of these things in a much more comprehensive way, I think it'll be good if we, if there is a staff issue with reaching the objective of the board or the directive of the board, the superintendent can raise that with us and we can reconsider our decisions. But I don't think anything should, if something's not workable, it's just not we're not doing it, we're changing our plan. It's we need to go back to the board to let them know this and come up with an alternate solution. And then I had one question from a colleague that they wanted to follow up on. On the previous question of the $130,000 student achievement grants, how old is the program? How many students or schools are awarded, and what budget line item funded it?
So it's been in place for at least 10 years, I can say that. All schools, all high schools are invited to put in a grant, and it changes from year to year, but over 20 schools a year, I would say, gain the funds. Some choose not to put in. If a school submits a grant, then we typically try and fund at least partial, but some schools have moved away from requesting the funds. And I don't know the number of students, but I could get that information. It varies from year to year. The programs, a lot of them are summer boot camps for advanced academics and IB students. There's a variety of programs during the school year programs that the schools put together their grant proposal for.
She just said it. She's not sure which line item she can get it for.
Oh, line item. I will have to, it's handled through our AAP office. So they're the ones that manage the grant. Originally, the money came from, I want to say, from the deputy assistant superintendent somehow, but I'm not sure. But I'll try and I will get that information. But it is handled through, the money does come into the ISD budget. I'm just not sure where.
Great. So you'll get back to us on the line item, how many schools, which schools, et cetera. Great. Anybody who wants Ms. Sizemore-Heiser?
Just a very quick go back. I wanted to just lift up what Elaine said about the middle school, the IEP going into middle school. And I've mentioned it before. I don't remember, Dr. Boyd, if you were here or not, so my apologies. But 7 years ago, maybe 8 years ago, I really asked DSS to consider developing a checklist for those IEPs in 5th or 6th grade, because often what happens is the team that develops the IEP and the parent are the elementary school team and the parents. And occasionally the middle schools do get involved. But if you've not had a child who's gone to middle school, as a parent, you may not know all of, for example, block scheduling. You may not know block scheduling exists, as an example. And, often it's based on the child's present level of performance, where a child's present level of performance, again, broken record, executive functioning wise, may not be the same when you have one teacher or maybe two teachers, and then all of a sudden you have 7 or 8 teachers, and you may not have a consistent adult who's your special ed teacher, or your case manager may only be one of your teachers. And putting the kid in strategies to help with that doesn't help, because strategies as a class, you learn it over the year, but you're faced with these needs immediately. So I would really just put a plug back in for a checklist for IEP teams to walk through what the challenges and realities of middle school might be and how that might impact any individual child, making that transition at any transition point, but in particularly, I think, from elementary to middle school, because it is such a different landscape. So I just wanted to lift that up. And I'm happy to send you my slides from when I used to do transition training at the special ed conference, because I talked about all these pieces. So just a plug. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Frisch, for the time.
Yeah, and we're going to end 15 minutes late because we started 15 minutes late. So Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you. Really quick, just following up. Dr. Reed, my questions about the SAG grants, the student achievement grants, are both a micro and a macro level. So micro level, I think it's important, the questions that Mr. Frisch elicited, that it's a program that's over 10 years old. Over 20 schools a year tend to get it. And as a result, we're looking at spending about $2.6 million a year annually at a minimum. And yet the report on page 33 says the whole purpose of this is to increase student enrollment and success in advanced academic programs, especially for historically underrepresented students. And yet, this very report tells us that we're not achieving that across the division. We've got now the AANIC program that we're starting to do and piloting by 5 schools. I'm troubled by the disconnect. Again, we're spending $2.6 million. We've been doing it for over 10 years. I looked at one colleague who served with me for quite some time, and we weren't either one of us aware of it. But we can't keep doing this as a division. If we've got a program and it's now 10 years old and the needle hasn't been moved, it doesn't look any different, why did we keep spending that money in that way? Or why didn't we assess where it was working maybe among those 20 schools and figure out how to make sure it would work against the other schools and then bring it out to the rest of the division? These are the things where I drill down, only because then I look macro at what are we doing operationally. And that's why the project management planning is so important, because a project management plan would have said, implement, monitor, assess, change, and 10 years. And this is a tough one for me, honestly. I really appreciate staff being so transparent, but I don't get it.
So just a point of clarification, because I think you raised some good questions about the efficacy of those particular funds. It's really $130,000 a year across 25 high schools, so we're really only talking about a couple $1,000s per school to be able to do some of the work that they're trying to do with their students and teachers.
Okay, well, I think maybe the way this sentence reads, where it's talking about the grants totaling $130,000, it's not clear that it's total, not across individual schools. And then it should be clear what the range of those grants are. So yes, 130 is very different from 2.6 million.
Perhaps we can get that information with the other information when you send it over.
I would agree.
And then with that, Dr. King has an answer for Ms. Cohen's question.
I do. I love my team. They're so efficient. For the 2 modules that were assigned this year, for cultural proficiency, cultivating belonging, 94% completion rate, and for cultural proficiency, the guiding principles, a 96% completion rate.
And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.